USA!
And Steve Morrison.
Words are like bullets.
Plus,
Casey Boy.
lay off me, I'm starving!
Kathy Romano.
I'm going to destroy everything you own!
Nick McElway.
I'm just not the hero type.
And Marissa Magnotta.
Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain!
And now, Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
And it begins a Wednesday, isn't it? Yes. Welcome, friend. Let's get started. How are we going to do in the weather department? Well, we're getting some breaks. Starts today, which is great because it was toasty yesterday. Our high, 88 degrees and mostly sunny skies. Tomorrow, 80. Now, that comes at temperature change with a little bit of thunderstorm activity at some point. And we're going to go into a decent-looking weekend. Friday, 84 degrees. Oh. Saturday, sunny and 81. Whoa. That's nice. Sunday, maybe some scattered thunderstorms, but the high only topping out around 80 degrees. Let's take a look at NJM Insurance Group traffic. Kathy, what's going on this morning?
We've got a closure on the Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound direction between Norristown and Valley Forge. So if you normally go westbound on the Turnpike at the mid-county tolls, just keep this in mind because it is shut down. Eastbound is opened. Schuylkill Expressway westbound at 202, the left lane closed there with construction, so we have some volume building. And then on the Whitehorse Pike westbound at Whitehorse Avenue, right lane construction. This traffic report brought to you by AAA Car Care. Now through Saturday, only get $120 off Continental tires and save on wheel alignment at AAA Car Care Centers. Details at AAA.com/mycar. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
And now, Preston and Steve's news update with Kathy Romano.
Today is Wednesday, July 28th. Good morning, Kathy.
Good morning. In the news this morning, six-time Olympic medalist Simone Biles will not participate in the women's all-around final. The American gymnast superstar withdrew from Thursday's competition to focus on her mental well-being. USA Gymnastics said in a statement on Wednesday that the 24-year-old is opting to not compete. The decision comes a day after Biles removed herself from the team final following one rotation because she felt she wasn't mentally ready. And we have a clip of her talking about this.
It's been really stressful, this Olympic Games. I think just as a whole, it's been a long Olympic process. It's been a long year. I say put mental health first, because if you don't, then you're not going to enjoy your sport and you're not going to succeed as much as you want to. So it's okay sometimes to even sit out the big competitions to focus on yourself, because it shows how strong of a competitor and person that you really are.
Jade Carey, who finished 9th in qualifying, will take Biles' place in the all-around. Carey initially did not qualify because she was the third-ranking American behind Biles and Tanisa Lee. International Gymnastics Federation rules limit countries to 2 athletes per event in the finals. The organization said Biles will be evaluated daily before deciding if she will participate in next week's individual events. Biles qualified for the finals on all 4 apparatuses, something she didn't even do during her 5-medal haul in Rio in 2016. The 24-year-old came to Tokyo as arguably the face of the games following the retirement of swimmer Michael Phelps and sprinter Usain Bolt. She topped qualifying on Sunday despite piling up mandatory deductions on vault, floor, and beam following shaky dismounts. She posted on social media on Monday that she felt the weight of the world on her shoulders.
And I guess if you think about this, gymnastics in particular, I mean, if you're an athlete and you're off your game, something is not connecting mentally, and you're talking about athletics like this, you can get hurt if you go in there and mess yourself up really bad.
Yeah, that's for sure. There's no context I can put on this of being at the focus
but you
of
know
the world's attention and the Olympics. And I don't know, there's no correlation I have in my life to that kind of scrutiny. I don't know how I would react.
I think that is it, though, Preston, like not getting injured. So mentally, maybe she's not there, whatever this block is that she has, and they don't want her to get injured, but that, it's just, I don't know, it's terrible. I feel so, I was watching last night, and I'm like, I feel so bad for her.
And her team, they must have been like, what?
Yeah, I feel bad for her, for the people that actually have a negative reaction to this. Somebody like Piers Morgan and people like that who are actually coming and saying, well, this is weak and this is weakening, the world and the country, and but anyway, that's not what I was going to say. I was going to say Sport Magazine.
I wasn't telling you to shut up. No, no, you shut up.
No, I know that. But Sport Magazine years ago had ranked all of the sports, and they ranked gymnastics as the hardest sport out there, and they took all sorts of different variables and what made them harder than anything else, and the mentality of gymnast and gymnastics was like far and above harder than anything else.
Shut up.
No, I believe it. No, it's right. And people should just shut your mouth. You don't know what you're talking about. I mean,
Well,
the
I've
only
seen. Listen, I know that there are people that I'm sure that are doing that, but like I've seen so much support for her and people saying, "Listen, we can't even understand what it's like to have the world staring at you and expecting you to do the best you've ever done."
And as far as athletics go, the only thing I can equate to, the only sport that I play is golf. And there are times where I'll be out there and I'm like, I'm doing everything that I normally do, and it's not working. And the difference is I can't get hurt playing that game.
Yeah.
You're talking about, flipping and flying and way up into the air and possibly coming down and breaking your neck and stuff like that. It ain't worth it, man.
So I read a pretty balanced take on it of all these, from the point of view, not like, I don't know what Piers Morgan said, I didn't read it, but about also the obligation to the team and so on and so forth and all of that stuff. So from that side about what you promised you would do and following through, I get that on a level. Mm-hmm. But I have no correlation in my life to make an assessment on this because it's at such a staggering level. And your heart goes out to anybody in this situation who clearly has practiced for this event and is left in a mindset where you're like, I don't want to proceed with this, and you're also your heart goes out to the team who must have been like, what?
Well, yeah, I can't imagine that somebody is that fierce of a competitor would take something like that lightly.
Right.
I mean, they've been training so hard their entire life. She, in particular, has been training in that. To make a decision like that doesn't just you don't just go, nah, I don't think I'm going to do it.
So who
you know what I mean?
Who was the who wrenched her ankle and continued to
Carrie Strug.
Right.
Yeah.
That was great. That was like, I mean, they said, so this whole time, James, is really screwing me up because I'm watching last night thinking it's now. So I'm like, okay, she didn't compete. So is she going to compete today? And it threw me off. And I'm like, oh, good, she's out there. And then I'm like, wait a minute, this is already the news that I read this morning. I'm just watching it on TV now.
Going back to the Carrie Strug thing, though, even though she brought that medal home, if you go back and watch some of that stuff about Bella Caroli and all that, who essentially was a taskmaster,
he was
master,
really,
like whipping horses, essentially.
Oh, and like picked her up and hugged her like he was
Her look back on that is a little bit different.
It was like Casey when you had that parade with the kids and you were trying to yell at them in front of I love you so much.
Wait, what I was going to say though was they during all of that last night when I was watching, they said this is a movie in the making, like her making the decision not to compete and all of that. So she did post that she felt the weight of the world on her shoulders. The weight became too heavy after vaulting during team finals. She lost herself in midair and completed 1.5 twists instead of 2.5 and landed in a deep squat. She consulted with U.S. team doctor before walking off the field of play. When she returned, she took off her bar grips, hugged her teammates, and then turned into their head cheerleader as U.S. claimed silver behind Russia. And we have a clip of her talking about her teammates.
Okay.
I just felt like it would be a little bit better to take a back seat, work on my mindfulness, and I knew that the girls would do an absolutely great job, and I didn't want to risk the team a medal for kind of my screw-ups because they've worked way too hard for that. I feel like I robbed them of a couple of tenths, and we could have been a little bit higher in the rankings.
No word on if she'll compete for an individual medal, so we'll see if that happens. The Central Bucks School District, one of the largest districts in Pennsylvania, voted late Tuesday night to make masks optional for the upcoming school year, regardless of COVID-19 vaccination status. Last week, district officials initially made the announcement in a letter sent to families. The district made it official at its Tuesday meeting. Despite the final vote, many gathered at the district's administration building, hoping to change the minds of school board members.
Is there any chance they will mandate no sad bro shirts? Because that would really help.
Better.
Yeah.
The rally was held hours after the CDC recommended that even vaccinated people should return to wearing masks indoors in parts of the United States where the coronavirus is surging, citing new information about the ability of the Delta variant to spread among vaccinated people. The CDC also recommended indoor masks for all teachers, staff, students, and visitors to schools regardless of vaccination status. The labels of Campbell's soup cans are getting their first redesign in about 50 years. Ooh. The famed red and white design remains, but the Campbell's logo is receiving a modernized logo scripture, which includes eliminating the shadow and a slightly change in font that is based on founder Joseph Campbell's original signature. Other changes include the word soup printed in a new font, along with a slanted O as a nod to the original brand. The brand's original label from 1898. Also, the C from the redesigned Campbell's signature is used in a fleur-de-lis next to the word soup.
It's cool because the new label has says soup with a silent L in the, which is the first time they've done that. What? Yeah.
Varieties receiving the redesigned labels include tomato, cream of chicken, cream of mushroom, and chicken noodle. The redesigned cans are currently rolling out on store shelves. Sales of Campbell's soups exploded last year as people sheltered in place because of the pandemic. However, this year hasn't been as profitable because of rising supply chain costs and inflation. The company announced in June it's increasing the prices it charges retailers and other customers by an average of roughly 5% later this
Preston,
year.
every time I think of Campbell's and us, when we went over to do that special appearance, they have their own sort of commissary and store within Campbell's.
Store.
Yeah. And they sell Tim Tams, those cookies that we love.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God, it's amazing.
So a new design on their cans you'll see in stores. All right, let's do sports this morning. The Phillies lost to the Washington Nationals last night at the ballpark, falling 6-4. Trey Turner singled in the first inning and scored on Josh Bell's 3-run home run to put the Nationals ahead to stay, but their shortstop was then pulled from the game because of a positive COVID-19 test and never played defense in the win. The series continues tonight, and Zach Wheeler gets the start. Game time is at 7:05. At the Olympics, the U.S. men's basketball team bounced back from their loss to France, cruising to an easy 120-66 win over Iran for their first victory in the Olympics. A win on Saturday against the Czech Republic will give them a berth into the medal round next week, though this margin of victory gives the United States a chance to still advance even if they suffer another loss. And on her third try at the Summer Games, Katie Ledecky finally won a gold medal. Bouncing back from the worst finish of her career, Ledecky claimed her first ever gold medal in the women's 1,500-meter freestyle. About an hour earlier, she was beaten by Australia's Ariarne Titmus, who made it 2 for 2 in their rivalry with a victory in the 200-meter freestyle. And that's what I have for you this morning.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. We're at the midweek point of Wednesday. Wednesdays usually mean a secret text word. Yes, and we do have a chance for you to win a pair of tickets to your choice of these concerts. You can go to the MMRQ, Jimmy Buffett, Korn and Stained, Dropkick Murphys, and Rancid, Megadeth, or Slipknot.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there are a bunch of shows that are part of the Return to Live Summer Concert ticket special offer, which is $20 all-in lawn tickets for select shows at BB&T Pavilion, Skyline Stage, and The Man. And
nice.
Sale starts today at noon, and it's only available through Sunday while supplies last. You can get all the details on the concert page at WMMR.com. So just text the word secret to 39333. We'll send a word back to you later on. We'll ask you to call in, designated caller wins, and you'll get to pick from that lot and grab a pair of tickets. And you can also just text and walk away because we'll grab a random texter as well. A couple different ways to win on that. So get on that. We also have guests joining us today. We are going to, speaking of the Olympics, we're going to talk to Keith Jones of NBC 10, scheduled to have him on in less than an hour at 7:05. So we're going to make this next segment a little bit shorter so we can break and then come back and talk Olympics with Keith live from Tokyo. So that is part of our lineup today. And we're also going to talk to a local gentleman by the name of Jeff Bergman. Jeff is the voice of Bugs Bunny and Yosemite Sam and Sylvester the Cat in the Space Jam movie.
So he's kind of the heir apparent to Mel Blanc.
There are a few people that are handling, Mel did all of those voices, but he's doing some of them, and he's done a bunch of others in his career as well, some stuff you'll be surprised to hear about. So we'll talk to Jeff later on this morning, and we're also going to go live on Fox Good Day close to 8 o'clock. So we've got a bunch to get to. Let's take a break, come back in a second. We'll get to the entertainment reports and stupid questions. Stay put.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR. Everything that rocks proudly supports the American Cancer Society Bike-a-thon.
Hey, it's Marcus. Imagine a world without cancer. Help make it a reality. Join me and Team WMMR on Sunday, September 19th for the 49th Annual American Cancer Society Bike-a-thon. We'll start by crossing the Ben Franklin Bridge, and there are multiple starting points in New Jersey. Each Team WMMR rider gets an official team t-shirt. Registration and complete details at WMMR.com.
The ACS Bike-a-thon. Another way 93.3 WMMR is putting Philly first.
All right, so why does squeezed.com exist? You know, juicing, it's for health, it's for energy, it's for success, Marissa. And, I didn't think I was going to have success when I tried my first juice cleanse. I was almost, resigned to the fact that I was going to fail and I was going to be embarrassed that I couldn't do it. And I found out in short order that I could do it because it's easy. And I felt good the entire time I was doing it.
It's really intimidating.
Yeah.
It can be intimidating from the beginning. You think you're going to be hungry. You think you're just going to be sipping on these juices all day. You're not going to be satisfied. We found out that all of those thoughts were incorrect. You have plenty of juice to do all day, 5 different juices.
Yeah, and we did it differently. I did the fruit juice blend. You did the vegetable juice blend.
Mm-hmm.
I did a little bit of spicy, and you did not. And so you can cater your juice cleanse to however you want to do it. And if you find out that, you like the fruit juice and you want to try the vegetable juice, you can do that next time. Or you can extend your juice cleanse just by going to squeeze.com and ordering your juices before 1 o'clock because they'll be delivered to you by 9 o'clock. So you can start off with like a 2-day cleanse, realize that, wait a second, I like this, and maybe I kind of want to switch it up and extend your juice cleanse. And you can do it with squeezed.com.
In a world where down payments are out of control,
Where will you find, where are they native to? Eggplants, 215-263 WMMR. Going to go through some birthdays today. Wednesday, July 28th. We'll start with Elizabeth Berkley. Saved by the Bell. Yep. Showgirls.
She's on the new version of Saved by the Bell on Peacock.
Is she?
Yep.
I have not seen that. You've watched any of it?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay.
It's not great. It's pretty good.
So she turns 49 years old today. You also have Bill Bradley, Hall of Fame NBA player, former New Jersey Senator. He is 78 today. Jim Davis, the creator of Garfield.
Were you a Garfield fan?
Kind of, sort of. I didn't fall in love with it. The one that I really fell in love with of that ilk was Calvin and Hobbes.
Right.
That's where I bought the books and would read all this stuff. But yeah, I'd read Garfield. It was cute.
Yeah,
didn't Bill Murray do the voice?
He did.
For the animated?
Yeah, and then who Breckenmeyer played Dave.
Yep. Not a great movie, but he's 76. Jim Davis, the creator. Lori Loughlin, 90210. Full House's Becky as well. And
convicted felon?
Convicted felon as well, yeah. She is
90210?
57. It says 90210, yeah.
Oh, the new one.
Yeah.
Yes,
the most
that's right.
recent.
Right, yeah.
Was she a mom or something on
She
there?
probably would have to be.
Yeah, she was. Yeah,
Unless they're trying to pull off a big. Who's the old girl?
But I go back. My crush started with My Secret Admirer.
Yes.
With her in that movie.
She had great hair.
Yeah. 57 today. It's Sally Struthers' birthday today. Gloria from All in the Family.
Little girl.
Yeah, she's 74 years old.
She was in the studio one time.
That's right.
That's right.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was nice. We also have Jacoby Shaddix, lead singer of Papa Roach.
This is my last resort.
And he turns 45 years old today.
I think that their newest song is probably my favorite song of theirs.
Yeah.
It's an atypical. Yeah, it's a good song.
So happy birthday to him. And then the last one, someone else from the world of 90210, and I don't know if it was the original or the most recent, Dustin Milligan. Probably most recent because he's also in S's Creek, as we call it. Spitz Creek. Schmitz Creek, whatever.
Yeah, he's Ted on Ship's Creek.
All right, Ship's Creek. He is 36 years old.
He's great.
Today.
He's great on that show. I never watched 90210.
Okay. Happy birthday to everyone celebrating today. Let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. What country where are eggplants originally from? Where are they indigenous to? And I will let's go to Jen. Hi, Jen. Good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Wonderful. All right, Jen, eggplants are native to what country?
India.
Yeah, you're right.
I didn't know that.
Hold on a moment, Jen. We are going to give you Season 3 of Star Trek Discovery on DVD. The must-have collection includes deleted scenes, behind-the-scenes featurettes, and cast interviews. You can own it on Blu-ray, DVD, and limited edition Steelbook from CBS and Paramount Home Entertainment.
Eggplant, one of the weird things that I can't eat.
Yes, it's a nightshade, right?
It's a nightshade.
It's because of the skin? The outer.
I don't know if it's the skin. I always thought it was like the seeds, but I'm not really sure. But that's like one of the ones, and it's weird. It's not something you would eat on a
regular basis.
Yeah, on a regular basis. So it's weird that that's what we figured out. But that's one of like the bad ones for me.
It was named eggplant, by the way, because when it first buds, the little plants look like eggs.
Yes,
apparently. They're white and they're kind of that shape.
I'm not a massive fan. I mean, I like them now and then, but I don't live for them. I'll say that.
Yep, I dig eggplants, but I can take them or leave them. All right. So we're going to dive into the entertainment report, and we'll begin with this. New Jersey's favorite son, John Bon Jovi, has been honored by the Garden State with a newly named service area now bearing his name.
That is pretty cool.
Bon Jovi was one of 9 New Jerseyans commemorated with the New Jersey Turnpike Authority renaming the Chesapeake service area or Cheesequake?
I don't know.
I like a Cheesequake.
Yeah, as long as it's not Molly Pitcher, I'm okay with it.
Why is that?
I don't know. I just like Molly Pitcher.
You like Molly Pitcher?
You like Molly Pitcher?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's exit number 124.
Interesting.
It's for the Rock and Roll Hall of Famer. Others receiving the honor include Frank Sinatra, Whitney Houston, and James Gandolfini. I'll give you the rundown of all of them here in a second. Governor Phil Murphy said in a statement, "This is about putting New Jersey greatness on full display. This is the first part of an extended statewide exhibition of New Jersey heroes throughout our state. From military heroes on the battleship New Jersey to historical figures on the New Jersey Turnpike to science and technology trailblazers at Newark Penn Station, New Jerseyans will find pride in our contributions to society and the world.
I think that would be a cool, unique honor. And I know we're nominated for the Broadcasting Hall of Fame, but a rest stop would be awesome.
That would be cool, right?
Yeah.
I think they could maybe.
And you know what? You know that if you had some downtime, you would go to your own rest stop and walk around.
Hell,
it's him.
yes,
It's him.
Absolutely. You kidding me? So in Montvale, you have the James Gandolfini service area. In Brookdale, South, Connie Chung service area.
Connie Chung. Should you be able to get inside Connie Chung?
Vauxhall, is that the name? I don't know. Whitney Houston service area. The John Bon Jovi is in Chesapeake or Cheesequake. Monmouth is Judy Blume service area.
The author. Yeah, the tween author.
The Atlantic exit is the Frank Sinatra service area.
That's a standard, right?
And then a few other names I don't know. Larry Doby, Celia Cruz.
Larry Doby?
Is it Doby?
The baseball player?
Okay.
Yeah, I believe he was the first African-American in the American League.
Okay. And then you have Celia Cruz and Toni Morrison.
Oh, wow.
Areas.
How long do they stay?
I don't know.
Because I would assume Frank Sinatra's been Frank Sinatra for quite a while. And Molly Pritchard, right? Is that the name?
Pitcher.
Was that the quote about the tree I'll never see?
I don't know.
A poem as lovely as a tree? I don't know. But maybe she was in Bon Jovi's band.
I don't know, Steve. I don't know if all of these were named in one shot.
No. I know, yeah. But I think that I would be curious to see, how long your average run as a rest stop name goes for.
Well, I wonder how long Frank S. Farley is going to be able to hang on to his service
That's
area.
a standard.
Yeah.
That might be kind of jarring to have Frank S. Farley go away.
Yeah, wait. Why do you say that?
Because he was like the lieutenant governor or something like that. It wasn't
It
like
wasn't like a, okay.
It wasn't
he didn't write it. Yeah, he didn't write a number one hit, Kathy.
Yeah.
So no Danny DeVito, no Jack Nicholson?
Not
Yeah,
yet.
how about that?
Still time for those.
Okay. Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see. By the way, yesterday, and we'll have to see if we have time to talk about it. We missed a national observance yesterday. It was National New Jersey Day. How do you have a National State Day? I didn't know that they did that. But
how did we miss it?
Apparently, yesterday was National New Jersey Day, and I have a whole list of things about New Jersey maybe you would like to hear about later on if we have time.
Like we observed National Pretzel Nugget Day, and we didn't know about National New Jersey Day.
Yeah.
It was funny that because New Jersey had tweeted out, like the entire state of New Jersey had a really funny tweet where they just threw shade at the rest of the country. And I thought it was, did you see that?
I did, yeah. And then John Fetterman of Pennsylvania tried to respond, and New Jersey shut him down. It was great. They won social media yesterday.
It's the most densely populated state in the country, by the way. So they've got a lot thrown behind them.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so anyhow, maybe we'll get to that. But apparently July 20th was National Pennsylvania Day.
We missed our own state.
I didn't know National State Days even happened.
This is a travesty.
All right, moving on. Paris Hilton is expecting her first child with her fiancé, Carter Reum, I'm not sure how you say his name. But Hilton denies the reports. Oh, it's apparently a rumor. Okay, so she joked on the This Is Paris podcast. The only thing in the oven at the moment is my sliving lasagna.
Her sliving lasagna?
That's what it says here. Do you think that's right? S-L-I-V-I-N-G. I tried to look it up. My Slytherin lasagna.
She was somebody posted something. Who the heck was it? That they were inviting her to come to whatever restaurant or something. I know what it was. It was Sunset Pier in Sea Isle, and they were inviting her to come eat while she was in town.
Right.
So. Was she here? Was she at the shore?
Don't know.
She has a Netflix series, by the way.
They were doing something with the Netflix series.
She's a Netflix series, and she has a podcast.
So she was undergoing IVF treatments to get pregnant in January, but she says she has not said that she's officially knocked up or anything like that. So
she's engaged, though. She's soon to be wed.
Yeah. I said that guy's name, Carter Reum or whatever. I don't know how to pronounce his name. So she's cooking up a culinary theme show for Netflix, which is called Cooking with Paris, and this is the first time that she has starred in a show since The World According to Paris back in 2011. The 6-part series promises to turn the traditional cooking show upside down.
Oh, it's going to be amazing.
As she learns about new ingredients, tries out new recipes, and masters exotic appliances in her kitchen.
She's so dynamic.
Yeah.
Famous friends including Kim Kardashian, Nikki Glaser, Demi Lovato, and her sister Nikki, and mom Kathy are also set to appear.
So you guys remember when she had that song that she...
yes.
She could actually turn that into her theme song because she could change looking at me to cooking with me.
Okay.
If you guys remember. Do you remember how her song went?
I do not.
Nope.
I do remember.
Everybody's looking at me.
Oh, my God. Yeah,
You know what?
I vaguely remember.
You know
that.
what sliving means?
No.
It's a Paris Hilton invented word that's a combination of slaying and living.
Oh, shut up.
So she's sliving.
See, I was starting to like her a little bit.
But it turns out she's a slunt.
All right,
Is that a slut and okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so anyway, that's coming out August 4th. Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher are sharing their dirty secrets. The pair, who share Wyatt and Dimitri, who are 6 and 4, tell Dex Shepard and Monica Padman on their podcast that they bathe their kids only occasionally. Kathy, you'll love this story.
You'll get these celebrity stories. It always turns out to be good-looking people who don't bathe a lot.
But tell the story, and I'll tell you what I think it actually is.
Okay. Kunis revealed, I didn't have hot water growing up as a child, so I didn't shower much anyway. But when I had children, I also didn't wash them every day. She said, I wasn't that parent that bathed my newborns ever. Now, Kutcher added, now here's the thing. If you can see the dirt on them, clean them. Otherwise, there's no point. And apparently the pros have their backs. According to the Mayo Clinic, bathing kids too often can, quote, dry out their skin. And the American Academy of Dermatology says that kids 6 to 11 don't need a daily bath.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to say. I don't think it was that she didn't bathe her children, because I heard her actual...
She's an animal.
I heard her actual quote, and she was saying she wasn't a fanatical mother who they would get a bath every single day.
They're
and
filthy.
They do say you don't have to bathe them every day when they're that young.
It wasn't until our kids really hit their teenage years that we're like, okay, now every day you have to, you got to shower.
Yeah. You are walking death.
I think she was just comparing herself to people like me. I was like, you know what? We'll deal with the dry skin. We're taking a bath every day.
Well, I take 2 showers every day, in the morning and then after I exercise. And the notion of not getting, first off, I need to wake up with a shower, and second off, I don't like that sweaty feel, Kathy.
The parents don't bathe daily either.
Oh, yeah, no. See, I'm out on that. I'm okay with the kids. They're babies, but no.
Well, however, Kutcher says of his soap usage, I wash my armpits and my crotch daily and nothing else ever.
What?
He said, I got a bar of Lever 2000 that delivers every time. Nothing else.
That's kind of badass.
Well, don't you do that, Preston?
No, I just don't really spend time on my legs.
Oh, legs. Okay.
Yeah. I wash everything else, but
Today's leg day.
I don't get my back. I mean, I don't have like a thing on a stick washing my back or anything like that.
Do you use your hand to go back?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you
my
clean
butt
your
gets
ass.
a good wash and everything.
Yeah.
The parts that they get gnarly.
Yeah.
I just have to
get
check
clean.
in every once in a while.
Kath, how often do you wash your hair?
I wash my hair every other day.
Every other day?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that I wash every day.
Do you?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so let's see. We now know where Alabama stands. In an Instagram live video making the rounds, the 15-year-old daughter of Travis Barker and model Shanna Moakler says that Kourtney Kardashian is her stepmom.
Whoa!
Alabama!
While the pair haven't gone public with an engagement, they have been spending a lot of family time together. Alabama has frequently aligned loyalties with Barker and Kardashian since the pair got together. In the beginning of their relationship, Moakler and Kardashian sniped at each other over social media, and she told us in May that she thinks Kardashian is trying to put a wedge between her and her kids. The former Miss USA said at the time, the Kardashians are buying my kids Prada every other day. They're going on lavish trips. They're doing all these things, which is fine. I think it's nice that they're being nice to my kids. I want that for my children. And Alabama and her brother Landon have bashed Moakler on social media, claiming that she isn't in her life like Barker is. So that's a public family thing.
Yeah, that's great to have it right out there in the open.
Yeah, isn't it though? Matt Damon admits that he's as curious about his pal Ben Affleck's renewed romance with former fiancée Jennifer Lopez.
Matt Damon!
But unlike the rest of us who catch up on their love life with tabloids, Damon goes to the source. He tells people, we each got a whole mess of kids. We text pretty much about everything. There's so much in the press about him that normally I'm just fact-checking things that I read And I'm like, did this happen? And he's like, no, that didn't happen. So he will actually ask.
Just pick
him
up and
about that
ask.
stuff.
That's the way to do it, though.
He also says that he doesn't always have an inside line. He said, all the pictures that have come out are the same ones that you see, and I don't know anything that you don't know. He told Extra, I'm just so happy for him, talking about Affleck. He said he's the best. He deserves every happiness in the world. I'm glad for both of them. The Lovebirds celebrated Lopez's 52nd birthday in Saint-Tropez.
Matt Damon.
But they're on the move, according to Page Six. The pair are turning heads in Capri,
Italy.
Oh.
And, I realized that Affleck, on the boat, she's walking around in a bikini. He's got a shirt on. And I remembered he's got that horrible tattoo on his back.
Oh, yeah.
The Phoenix.
Like the Phoenix, yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's a interesting story that broke this morning about Bob Odenkirk on the set of Better Call Saul. He apparently collapsed in the middle of a scene. It was like 11:30 in the morning. It wasn't like a late at night thing or anything like that. And they took him to the hospital. No word on what exactly is going on with him as of now. So
could be exhaustion. Hopefully something that benign.
They said that he was awake and everything. He was conscious as they transported him, but he's still in the hospital. They're keeping an eye on him. They're apparently filming the final season.
Yes,
right now.
That's the word.
And I think they might have been in Mexico. Is that where it was?
New Mexico.
In New Mexico.
Where
they
Mexico.
Dude, the last scene of the last episode, I was like, okay, this one was definitely a slower build and a slower burn than what Breaking Bad was.
I'm a season behind on Better Call Saul. I need to catch up with season 5, but I love it. I love it just as much as I loved Breaking Bad.
Yeah. The only problem is you're not you're binging it, and I have to wait week to week, and I don't like that. Like I would prefer to continue to watch everything.
I actually made the decision I was going to do let's let the Ted Lasso's accrue. I'm watching each episode as it goes.
Me too. It's too good. I need to see it now. All right, and then only have time for one more story because we're going to break and come back. We're going to talk to Keith Jones, who's at the Olympics, and we're on a very strict time schedule.
The other side of the world.
So I'm going to keep this short. Prison Break alum Wentworth Miller is sharing his autism diagnosis. He revealed on Instagram, like everyone, life in quarantine took things from me, but in the quiet and isolation, I found unexpected gifts. This fall marks 1 year since I received my informal autism diagnosis, preceded by a self-diagnosis, followed by a formal diagnosis.
That's three.
Miller called his autism diagnosis a gift and thanked those who supported him throughout his journey. So I'm not that familiar with him, but...
Yeah, he was in the Prison Break series was great, and then he's in the DC universe. He played a beloved villain on the CW DC series,
Flash.
a number of them. So he's really good, but... wow. So
he's on the autism spectrum, so
that's a surprise.
Yeah. All right, I guess we're zipping right to the clips. So let's get to that. Disney Jungle Cruise follows voyages of Dr. Lily Houghton and Frank Wolf as they explore down the Amazon in a ramshackle boat. And in this clip, Emily Blunt explains the excitement of finally releasing the long-awaited film.
My heart's racing about it because I think, the movie, it just packed such an emotional punch for all of us shooting it because it's just so nostalgic and beautiful. It's like the kind of movie that I grew up watching, sort of obsessed with, that Indiana Jones, Romancing the Stone. And it's a joyful movie, so it's sort of, in some ways, everything happens for a reason. It's the right time for it to come out because it's all about that kind of joy and togetherness and adventure.
I want to see you naked.
She is now firmly entrenched in the Disney realm with Mary Poppins, and now this too, really old school Disney franchises.
I love
or
that.
Now this may be a franchise. Who knows?
And this looks like basically the African Queen meets Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah. So Jungle Cruise will be in theaters this Friday. Next clip. When Bill Baker travels to France to visit his daughter in prison, he must find a way to dodge the complicated legal system to be reunited with her once again. And here Matt Damon tells how he landed his main role in the film Stillwater.
We kind of had a family meeting about it. And, my kids let me do the movie. I really wanted to do it. I've been dying to work with Tom McCarthy, the director. And I just thought it was such a beautiful story and such a great role. So I went for it.
Matt Damon.
Stillwater will be in theaters this Friday, by the way.
I still love him.
There you go. That's what we have in the entertainment report. And by the way, Kathy still loves Matt Damon.
Oh, does she?
No.
Does he return the love, Kathy?
Oh, God, I wish.
So as we wrap up, I would like to give away some passes because we just played a clip from Jungle Cruise. We have a screening tonight.
Oh.
And it will be at the UA King of Prussia at 7 p.m. So let's take callers 13 and 14 at 215-263-WMMR, and we can give you those passes to see that movie tonight. We'll take a break, come back in a second, and we go live to the other side of the world, Tokyo, and our friend Keith Jones of NBC 10 at the Olympics. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
as well.
That's awesome.
So we have somebody who's experiencing all the various sports and everything and covering it, and then we have someone who is performing or competing in one sport.
Excellent.
As an Olympian. So it's going to be a very cool moment.
Her events are tonight and tomorrow. So
yes.
she's right on the precipice of a person, or competing in the Olympics.
So we'll run down her schedule and everything and talk to her in a moment. But let's take a look at NJM Insurance Group traffic and see what's up. Kathy, what for us?
So we still have jam traffic on the Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound. It's now from Fort Washington to Valley Forge. Between the Mid-County tolls and Valley Forge is where the closure is, again, westbound side of the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Ridge Pike in Lower Providence, closed because of fire activity between Route 29 and 4th Avenue. On the Blue Road, southbound, you're jammed the Mid-County tolls to the Schuylkill Expressway. Schuylkill eastbound, slowing the Blue Road into Conshohocken, Montgomery to Spring Garden, westbound side. From Broad to Passyunk City to Conshohocken, and then from the Blue Road out to 202.
Oh, what's the status here? Casey left. All right, there we go.
Right here, bro.
What's up, bro? What are we doing here, man?
We're going to.
We're ready to go?
Oh, so, yeah, we're ready to go via Zoom.
Okay.
I don't know if your headphones were on when they came in and said that, but we're ready to go.
No, my headphones were on, but I don't hear anything, so I think we're good to go, and I'm now officially ready to welcome a man who is across the world checking in with us from Tokyo. Please welcome from NBC 10, Mr. Keith Jones. Hey. Good morning, Keith. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Listen, I'm looking at Casey's handsome face right now, so I couldn't be better. But I'm thrilled you guys are having me on, so thank you, even from across the planet.
Oh, man. When did you get there, Keith?
I got here, July 16th now, and we're under a 14-day soft quarantine, which means we're basically restricted to Olympic zones and then our hotel. We're only allowed to leave our hotel for like 15 minutes at a time.
Okay.
So it's been wild.
So the word is you go out just to hit the convenience store and then back into the hotel room, right?
That's basically it.
Yeah.
And the 7-Elevens here are crazy. There's like 400 flavors of Kit Kats here.
That's true. We had somebody send us.
Yes.
Came in and there's all sorts of. I guess they test them in that market.
Like wasabi was one of them.
Everything.
Yes.
And there's some damn good stuff.
Wait, so you said the
sake.
Sake.
The 14-day quarantine. So what happens after that? Can you then do more?
Then I'm liberated and I can walk outside and go for a run or go to a restaurant. The crazy thing is, guys, I tried sushi for the first time like 2 weeks ago. I know I'm sheltered.
What?
And I'm dying for like Japanese food, and we haven't had any yet. It's the craziest thing.
See,
we can't leave our hotel for more than 15 minutes.
So Japan's on my bucket list. That's where I definitely want to go. And I'm a big ramen fan, and they tons of ramen places. So are you interested in trying that at all?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. There's no question. And by the way, this country is beautiful. It's the cleanest place I've ever been to in my life. The people have been really courteous and welcoming of us. We weren't sure what kind of reception we'd get because we'd heard all those polls about how most people here didn't want the Olympics to happen this year. They're in the middle of like their fourth state of emergency, coronavirus outbreak. There are more cases yesterday than there were, the new cases at least, than there have been at any point in this pandemic here. So it's a rough situation here, but the people, they've been great. They've been so accommodating, so nice. They're willing to work with me because I don't speak Japanese, clearly.
Right.
So they attempt English. It's very kind of them.
I know they have a low ratio of vaccinated, people. So, and that's obviously one of their big concerns. We were getting the impression on the news that there were lots of protesters visible all the time. You're saying you don't see that.
I don't see it. Then again, I want a little disclaimer. We've been kind of trapped in these Olympic zones or at our hotel.
Okay.
So everyone we've encountered has been really kind to us. We've been out and about, outside of this hotel here. I'm at the NBC workspace here. And there's a mall nearby. Nobody's really said or done anything. that's caught my eye. But then again, I'm under this crazy quarantine.
So Keith, you there as a journalist, are you able to? Are you guys going to press conferences and talking to the athletes and things like that, or is it virtual stuff that's happening?
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what? Some of it is virtual. It all depends. You have to request access. I covered the Olympics in South Korea, and you just show up and you go and you have full access to these Olympians. This time you've got to request 48 hours in advance at least, and then you get approved. And yeah, we're able to talk to them, but at a distance. There's mandatory mask wearing here. So we're all wearing masks all the time, except for when we're live. We're testing daily for coronavirus. We got to take our temperature every single day. There's a lot of measures in place. So it's certainly unlike any other Olympic Games that I've ever heard of. It's historic in that way.
Well, Keith, the big story was Simone Biles pulling out of the team competition. What was that little shockwave like when news hit?
It was crazy. So if you take it back a couple of days, she didn't perform that well in the preliminary round. And so raised a couple eyebrows. They finished second to Russia. And then, of course, Tuesday happens where she attempts the vault, falters, and all of a sudden comes back out wearing a tracksuit. We're thinking it's a medical issue. We thought, this is definitely something physical. What about her foot or her ankle? And then later on, we learned that it was all about her mental health. And so the brand new news this morning, and of course here we're 13 hours ahead, so it was in our afternoon, was that Simone Biles decided after a morning off to also forego the individual all-around competition tomorrow, which starts at 6:50 Eastern time. And that's big news right there. I mean, she's arguably the greatest gymnast in the world. She's clearly the face of Team USA this year. And few people, I think, can relate to the pressure that she might feel. There was an interview with Michael Phelps and Mike Tirico. He's obviously talked openly about his struggles with mental health over the last 18 months. He had that documentary.
Right.
He talked about the pressures of feeling the weight on your shoulders. And he's probably one of the people uniquely qualified to deliver that kind of perspective. So, no, we're still grappling with this. Next week, there's another competition for USA Gymnastics. We're going to see if she's ready to go. She's monitoring it day to day, but again, she's taking time off to focus on her mental health. That's the statement we got earlier today.
Right. So, Keith, I was reading an article about just the residual effects of something like this, about her decision. Excuse me. And it also relates to the fact that, numbers have been down for viewership on this Olympics, so a lot of us are watching it pretty regularly. When a Simone Biles says, "I'm tapping out," that's a big ripple effect, correct?
Yeah, unfortunately. And you know what that also is, too? It's funny. And the opening ceremony was the perfect way to see this in action.
Right.
It looked like a rehearsal almost because there's nobody in the stands. I think there's a certain energy that these athletes get when you've got USA chanted or Russia for Russia chanted. When I cover the Winter Olympics, you don't anticipate that having a chilling effect on you, but it does. You only see it in movies in America. And all of a sudden you hear that and the athletes get amped. And Simone Biles in her news conference after she pulled out the first time, she had said, "This is tough on me mentally. There's no spectators here. This has been a tough year because of the pandemic." So I think all those things rolled into one. So yeah, there is a huge ripple effect. Spectators have a part in it. The fact that they're not, able to sit in the seats.
Well, family also, and there are people that are there in support. This would be your shot, though, to pay someone to yell Keith Jones and get it out. And you'd make the news. Yeah,
without the other crowd.
I didn't even think of that.
I mean, it's so quiet.
Yeah. But think about it, too. Like, you're a parent. You have been with your child from the time they were probably 2, 3, or 4 years old at every one of these competitions. You sacrificed your weekends, your nights, your early mornings, your sleep. And then all of a sudden, at the very peak of their competition of their professional lives, you can't even be on the same side of the planet with them. It's got to be devastating. So lacking that support too for these athletes has to play a role in all of this. These are just exceptional times out here.
Keith, obviously you're a Villanova guy, and I know you got a chance to chat with Jay Wright before you left for Tokyo. Men's basketball team didn't do so great against France and then killed Iran yesterday. Have you had a chance to cover that team at all? Chat with Jay while you're there. How's that going?
So they destroyed Iran today. But it's funny, like, we needed that win badly because this is a sport we should dominate in, right? Well, Iran hadn't made the Olympics since 2008, and I had to do a double take. The line on that game, the spread, we were favored by 41 points. So this was one of these games we needed this, and they ended up winning 120-66. USA basketball is a very interesting thing. So I've got Coach Wright in my phone. To get a hold of them is nearly impossible. Only one reporter so far has actually been able to be approved to even be there. In fact, the first game against France, if you recall, happened on a weekend here. I wanted to go as a spectator, and we got denied. Journalists are allowed to go as spectators or be in the interview area. So my interaction with Coach has been very, very limited. I checked in with him, obviously, before the games. Gave me the impression that he's going to defer to Greg Popovich, the head coach, because just to be able to channel everything through there. But I'm hoping that they're able to take this win and carry some momentum. They play the Czech Republic this weekend. Because of the margin of victory, though, they may already qualify into the medal round next week. So that's some good news with Team USA basketball if they can get it together.
Hey, Keith, I had a question. Even though they're being very, very strict about quarantine and interactions with other people, they still, the Olympic Committee, I guess, handed out condoms to all of the athletes. Do they give those to journalists as well, just in case?
Oh, I knew I was going to. No, nothing like that. It's funny. There was that rumor that went around with Olympians about the no sex beds.
Yes.
All this talk about these cardboard beds that these Olympians have. Basically, they're just recycled beds. They're more environmentally friendly. Okay. And you had a couple of the Olympians jumping on them just to prove, like, oh, hey, they'll hold the weight of more than one more than one person. So yeah, I can imagine what's going on over at the Olympic Village. But because of this quarantine, we're not there.
Right.
This past we have been. And also there's no Olympic Park. So the interaction with athletes is very limited. It really has an effect. I didn't think it would affect our work as much as it actually does. Right. The fans bring such an energy here. They're dressed up in crazy things. They're holding their flags, draping it like capes. Us Americans, we come out in full force, which is great. It's so unifying. If there's anything this country needs right now, too, it's unity to rally around our local Olympians, and we can't do it, which is brutal.
Hey, now you've covered the Olympics before, as you said. Is there anything that you like to grab for souvenirs to bring back from things like this?
Condoms?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Condoms. No, absolutely. No. The one thing I always try to grab is our mic flag, which are like the box around our microphones, because they've got Tokyo 2020 on them or Pyeongchang 2018, which is kind of neat. And I put them on my desk. But other than that, I've gotten requests from every human being in my life practically to bring home something, whether it's to bring home a poster they saw or to bring back a kind of Kit Kat, to bring home some Team USA stuff. Here's the crazy thing. Team USA, there's not a Team USA store around. They've kind of boxed that thing up because there's no spectators. They're losing money. So even to try to get something like that, you're almost better off ordering it online, which is another thing. It's a shame.
Yeah, because usually the Team USA uniform, there's some type of shirt or something like that you can get, which sells really well. That's too bad.
Yeah, man. I think Ralph Lauren is selling that jacket for like $600. I don't know if you saw in the Parade of Nations, it's that white jacket that Sue Bird was wearing. She was carrying the American flag as she walked out. It's got a ventilation system in it with a fan on the back of your neck. So it's like a mobile air conditioning unit. And they did something like that for the Winter Olympics too. They had like a heating system built into those winter jackets that they were all wearing. So Ralph Lauren coming in the clutch if you got $600 lying around. It's crazy.
Hey, Keith, one of my favorite things about Olympic coverage is the stories of the kind of underdogs. You had the swimmer from Alaska win the gold the other day. That was a real cool, shining bright story, Yeah,
it's amazing. And, you said it before, with someone so prominent as Simone Biles stepping to the side, you need people to come through. And what I like to tell people about the Olympics, these aren't professional athletes. With professional athletes, they pick college, they have fan bases, they get drafted, that fan base embraces them. These are people who train for 4 years straight. No one knows who the heck they are. and all of a sudden they compete one day and they become international celebrities. It's something that's like completely unfathomable. So yeah, no, this is a big deal for that swimmer. And then also too, then you've got the prominent names like Katie Ledecky bouncing back. She didn't place in the 200 meter, which is brutal, but she won gold by 3 seconds in the 1500 meter. And she did that only hours after competing in the 200 meter. And get this, the 1500 meter is 30 laps in that pool. I saw that and I said, there is no damn way you're getting me in that pool.
30, yeah.
I tell you, they need to have an average person compete in all of these events just to see how hard
We've been saying
You're
that.
right.
We've been saying for context.
And we forget how big the Olympic-sized swimming pool is. Like that is
it's
a lot.
absurd.
Yeah.
So Casey and I always have our eye on diving. Are you going to be covering that at all, or speaking to any of those athletes?
You know what? I haven't yet. We're really focused on our local Olympians, and we claim some Olympians too that are from like North Jersey and parts of like Maryland even. So we haven't talked to any of those divers only because they hail from different parts of the country.
Okay. And listen, we're going to talk to an Olympian. She's on hold right now. We're going to go to her. She's from Pottstown. Her name is Peyton Ridenauer, and she's in BMX. So keep an eye on her. That'd be a nice local story, and we're hoping that she's going to win gold. So we'll go to her in just a moment. But when are you wrapped up there? When are you coming back, Keith?
August 10th is our flight back, and our quarantine ends August 1st. So I got that circled. So we've got basically this week. The weekend happens. And I'm going out to get something at a restaurant.
There's only so long you can make you can make condom balloon animals.
Listen, at this point, we are cooped up in those hotel rooms sometimes, or this workspace. So that's not too crazy.
Nice. Hey, Keith, we love you, man. Have fun while you're there. We'll watch the coverage on NBC 10, and we appreciate you checking in this morning.
You guys are the absolute best. Thank you so much for having me on.
You got it. Keith Jones, guys. Live from the Olympics. You know what I realized as we were talking to him? We have had, all those years of having Vaisa Kahema live from the Olympics. We have gone live to every single Olympics since this show has existed.
And, so again, like I haven't really been tapping in a lot, but talking to Keith, getting the vibe, obviously with our next guest, it sparks me on to want to check things out now.
Absolutely. And it's time to welcome our next guest. And she arrived, I believe, last Thursday in Tokyo, and she is competing. Actually, tonight you will be able to see her compete in the BMX races. It starts at 9 p.m. It's 9 to midnight tonight, tomorrow night as well. And we're very excited. She's been in our studio before, and we're hoping for the best for her. Oh, did we just lose her? Or no, she's still there? Okay. Please welcome Peyton Ridenauer. Hey, Peyton, good morning. Or good evening, I should say.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey. So, listen, number one, we're excited to watch your race. Number two, have you been having a good time?
Yeah, I've been having an awesome time here. Everything's just so cool, and it's awesome to just be here.
Nice. And so we were just talking to Keith Jones from NBC 10. He was telling us about the quarantine and everything, and his mobility is really limited at this point, only like 15 minutes outside of the hotel. You, judging from the Instagram pictures that I've seen, you've been getting around a little bit, right?
Yeah, we have a little bit of free range here. We're not allowed outside of the Olympic Village except to go to our venues, but the village is huge, so there's a bunch of stuff to do, whether it's going to the cafeteria or riding just bikes around or going to the shops and
nice.
Going to the Olympic rings, take a picture, seeing the lake. It's all really cool.
That's cool. So you're competing tonight. Have you had a chance to size up your competition, meet some of the people that you're going up against?
Yeah, BMX is a pretty small community, so everybody kind of knows everybody already. But I'm really excited. I have one more sleep. It's 8:30 here right now, so when I wake up in the morning, I'll get ready to compete.
Nice.
Right, so you say it's a small community. I'm not asking you to name names, but are there people that you're riding against that you don't like?
No. I'm pretty much friends with everybody.
Yeah, I do like seeing that. I do like seeing, because it was swimming that I was watching last night. But when these races are over, world competition. And when it's over, you see these people that, they're hugging and talking to one another. And it's, I guess when you're at your level, you I guess have a greater appreciation for what these women are able to do.
Right. Like, I know how much work I put into being an Olympic athlete, and I know how much work the other girls and other guys put into it. So I have so much respect for everybody, and am super excited for everybody to race.
Hey, I was just thinking of, Peyton, your sport is kind of unique in that you need a vehicle to ride as part of this, whereas opposed to some other athletes just bring themselves, and then they do what they have to do. So you've got to get your bike over there, and that's got to be a bit of a logistical pain in the butt. Did you and your parents handle all that, and did you send several bikes over? Did they go with you? How did that whole thing work out?
Yeah, so I took 2 bikes with me, my Olympic bike and then a spare bike, and they're both identical. Okay. But I travel a lot internationally and in the U.S. where I have to fly. So how we pack up our bikes is we'll put them in makeshift golf bags, and they make golf bags specific for bikes, but it looks like golf clubs because golf clubs usually fly free.
That's great. Seriously? That's a great idea.
I didn't know you could break a bike down that small to where it would fit in a golf bag.
Yeah, so it's only 20-inch wheels because we ride pretty small bikes, so they do fit in the golf bags easily, and they do make it specific for bikes, but still it's like the same size as a golf bag.
Okay, so do you set up your own bike, or do you have like a team that gets everything set to the specs that you want?
My dad's my mechanic at home. He'll set my bike up to perfection, but when I pack it in the golf bag, I'll break it down and then I'll build it back together when I get here, but I'm certainly not even close to being a master mechanic.
Well, the person who is very close to you, so you can be sure you're going to get a good run. Now, I assume you've had a chance to walk the course, right?
Yes, I got to practice 3 times on the course.
Okay, all right. And we were looking at pictures of it. It looks, obviously they built it. It looks sort of prefab. How do you think it compares to other tracks, other courses you've been on?
So compared to other tracks, this course is a lot longer than usual. I think this might be one of the longest courses ever, so it's going to be exhausting.
Okay. Does that bode well for you in particular as far as the style of rider that you are?
Yeah, I've been training for like this length of a track, so I'm as prepared as I can get.
Excellent.
How long is the track?
I want to say maybe 460 meters, they said, which I don't know what it is in feet, but I think that's what I remember them saying.
Okay. Nice. You feeling pretty confident?
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Yeah, you sound very calm. Yeah. I assume that demeanor and that way you approach things is what makes you the champion that you are. We're very excited. Yeah. So the coverage starts at 9:00 tonight. When exactly? Do you have any idea for us here? Obviously not for you. What time are you expected to race?
It starts at 9, but I'm not sure exactly when I race, but I can actually pull it up real quick and let you guys know.
All right. Hey, while you're looking that up, what are you going to have an opportunity to see any of the other events, given that there are a lot of restrictions on mobility?
No, we won't. Usually at the Olympics, they'll give us like free passes to go to a set amount of events, but we don't get to do that.
Bummer. So have you been watching any of it on the coverage on television just to get caught up in the excitement of it all?
A few of them, yeah. But we've been keeping pretty busy, surprisingly. There hasn't been too much downtime.
Okay.
Well, you'll just have to go to the Olympics again next time.
Yeah, when this all isn't going on.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Exactly.
What's the excitement level like back home with your friends and all?
Really, really excited. They're all really excited for me, and I'm excited too, but yeah, all my friends and family just can't wait to watch, and my parents are in Universal Orlando right now, so they'll be having a little vacation and get to watch me too.
That's great. That's awesome.
So I guess it starts with the quarterfinals and goes semifinals and then the finals. How do they heat everything up? Like, how do you, they decide who goes in your heat, to start everything off?
So I believe they went off of individual rankings from this year. So right now I seeded third into my heat, so I have third lane choice. And then we'll do 3 quarterfinals, and we'll race the same girls every single quarterfinal, and they'll take low points of the top 4. So let's say I get a first, a second, and a third. That means I'll have 6 points.
Okay. And so
the top 4 who has the lowest points will move on to the semifinals, and then they'll do the semifinals the same way and you race the same girls, and they'll take the top 4 with the lowest points, and then the final is winner take all.
And then you get to pick your lane based on your times in the previous race.
Right, yeah, we'll get to pick our lane based on our low points and then also our lap times.
Okay, where do you prefer to ride?
I try to take as far inside as I can because that's the advantage. If you have the inside going into the first turn, then
yes,
that's
as
the best
always.
spot that you can be.
Yeah. Did you manage to secure the time for tonight?
Yes, I did. So I'll race 3 times tomorrow. My first quarterfinal is at 10:20. My second one is at 11 o'clock, and then my next one is at 11:45.
Wow.
Okay.
And that's Tokyo time.
Oh, that's Tokyo time. All right.
I'm not sure the conversion, so it should be.
It's 12 hours. Right?
It should be 9:20.
They're 13 hours ahead of us.
Yeah.
So
9:20, 10 o'clock, and then 10:45.
Okay. All right. Locally. All right. Perfect. That works out
Thanks
great.
for the translation. You couldn't figure that out.
We're very stupid. We don't even know how we're hearing your voice right now.
Peyton, do they feed you, or do you have to go out and get your own food?
No, they have a dining hall here.
All right. And is the food good?
Yeah, they have pretty much everything. It's all really good, and they actually have a casual dining hall that I went to tonight that is specifically Japanese food, which was really good.
Ooh.
Oh, I like a good Japanese steakhouse.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Nice. Excellent. They're taking good care of you. Your head's in the right spot. Looks like everything is in track.
She sounds great.
Yeah, man. We're very excited for you. So we will definitely be watching. And when you win the gold, we'll want to talk to you after that, too, okay?
All right.
Excellent. Listen, good luck. And thanks for representing not only the country, but our little neck of the woods as well.
And our show specifically.
Yeah. Yes. In
Shout
fact,
out to Preston and Steve.
Yes.
Put a President Steve sticker on your helmet, and we'll get you concerts to the MMRBQ every year. Okay.
And by the way, if you're doing the run and you hear someone yell out Keith Jones, just act like you're excited, okay?
Exactly. All right, Peyton, good luck to you. We'll talk to you soon, okay?
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
All right, thank you. Peyton right now. Peanut.
You want to talk about someone that young? Everything in check, ready to go, loving it, living the moment, excited for the opportunity. That's the kind of zone that gets you a win.
Yeah,
you know?
And you know what? And her sport is kind of like, I think that that's probably the mentality with all of them. They're just
very chill.
Like, dude,
very
all
chill.
right, man, let's get out and do it.
I told you the skateboard dude had his earbuds in and had his phone in his pocket.
Yeah. That's even though the obviously the high profile ones are gymnastics and swimming and track and field and all that stuff. If I were to be Olympian, I'd kind of want to be in one of those.
Yeah.
You know,
the fringe ones.
The fringe ones. They seem really cool.
Curling.
Yeah, exactly.
Very chill.
Totally.
Just sweeping.
Because they have, I mean.
You're really just cleaning up.
I didn't know there was an air rifle. I told you the other day.
Yeah. Did you see?
An air rifle.
And their air rifles are cool.
No, I didn't see any of the video of it.
Very cool.
Okay. Air rifles and what do they? Is
Tetris? Surfing's in there, yeah.
Surfing's an Olympic sport.
Yeah.
I need to look up the fringe ones.
There's a guy.
You know what? I was watching surfing the other day, and it's really cool. But first, I had so many things go through my head because I'm thinking this is dependent on weather and the conditions in the water. So, how are they judged? Because one person could get, a giant wave, and
part of it, I think, is being selective and what you get, and it's like whether in any sports that are part of that condition, you have to do the best with what you have, and whoever does the best with what they have is the one who wins.
What was the last Winter Olympics where they were having? Where was it? The last Winter Olympics?
It was at Korea.
Right. Okay. So maybe it's the one before it, Nick. But I remember they had
Sochi ones.
Sochi.
Yeah.
I think they were dealing with brutal temperatures.
Yeah.
And but you just have to rise to the challenge. And if you are an expert or a champion level, practitioner of that sport, you've been in all sorts of weather conditions anyway. Yeah. It's not like, it's so cold when you ski.
Yeah, the surfing community it's really, really interesting. There's a series on, I believe it's HBO Max now, about the 100-foot wave. This guy.
I've been watching it.
Yeah.
I've watched the first 2 episodes. That's all they've released so far. It's incredible.
It's really, really incredible. But this guy that they're following, he won this award, Steve. They had there's this whole community that we are not aware of. But he went and surfed this wave, and then a year later, he won this prize that, I'm like, where does that money even come from?
Right.
Because they handed him a stack of cash.
You earned this, Bodie.
Yeah.
I see up on the list here, and I don't know if this is just another language for soccer, but it says futsal.
So futsal is indoor soccer, and it's with a smaller ball.
It's a little bit different. It's like a lot more footwork, right?
I don't necessarily know about that. I mean,
Kathy, they wear tap shoes.
Yeah.
When
No,
they play.
so my kids.
How much smaller?
You have to dance around the ball. It's a really great sport.
So my kids played futsal, but I don't necessarily know if it's at the Olympic level or if it's the same thing. But the ball,
my kids play,
but the ball is smaller,
like a billiard ball.
No,
Okay.
no.
Like a size 4 instead of a size 5.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out what.
Like a melon.
Like a melon.
Like what kind of melon? Like a honeydew?
Like a big honeydew.
Like a
cantaloupe, ripe,
like a cassava?
ripe cantaloupe, probably with a little bit of salt on it. You can play off the wall when playing futsal too, like you're playing hockey.
Michael Jackson song?
No. Well, you know what? You can. Right, it's a great album. Pretty underrated, especially with Thriller.
I especially loved his version of it.
Totally. But the thing I was trying to say was that you can bounce it off the wall like you can in a hockey court, hockey rink. Yeah.
That might be kind of interesting.
It is.
Yeah, I used to go
faster.
When I was growing up, we had an indoor soccer team in St. Louis, and I would go to those games. And you had the one here
kicks.
as well, the kicks. Yeah.
So yes, they play with a size 4 ball instead of a 5. There's 5 players on the field instead of 11. They kick in instead of throw in.
The goals are smaller.
The field is smaller as well.
They play Michael Jackson.
A lot of Michael Jackson.
All right.
Goalkeeper can't touch the ball with their hands.
Okay.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah. All right. So we were looking at a bunch of different ones. There's like race walking and what was the one, Nick? Dressing, it said something?
Dressage, which is...
dressage?
Yeah.
Getting dressed.
Well, aren't you the little man?
Yeah, this guy...
got everything on. You got your...
All by yourself.
Your handkerchief in your pocket.
Got a golden pants.
You got a line for that, buddy.
What is dressage?
It's a horse.
Oh.
Horses. Like they have it at the Devon Horse Show. So
dress horses?
Yeah. Okay.
Forget it, Nick.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Let's move on.
That horse has the biggest bow tie I've ever seen.
Is it where they have them prancing and stuff like that?
Yeah, you got to get the knee-high stuff with the horses. Also, trampoline is one.
A horse trampoline.
I watched. Oh God!
Could you imagine
a horse? If you have to sit on it, oh my God, that's the ultimate rodeo event. You're on the horse while it's on a trampoline.
It's hard.
That
That's a sport.
That would be impressive. Seeing a horse do a double backflip
with you on its back.
With you on it. No, I watched a little bit.
There would be so many deaths
of some of the competitive trampoline stuff because they can do a ridiculous amount of flips and stuff in the air
like
because
quads
of the
and stuff like that.
There is
pretty cool.
A young lady I follow on Instagram, and she is a competitive trampolinist, I guess. Is that what she? So, but she is. The ones who really seem to excel at that are taller.
Right.
Really?
You know? Yeah.
By the way, I know we got to break in just a second, but did you see the robot basketball thing?
No. Three half court shots.
3/4 court shots. Nick, I mean,
oh, come on.
Swish.
We are so
and
dead.
It's freaky looking too. It's got like spikes all over its body and everything.
Is this Boston Dynamics robots?
No, I don't think it's Boston Dynamics. No, it's Toyota.
Yeah,
actually created it. And
so we got about 50 years left on this planet.
Dude, it's the movie Real Steel with the boxing robots.
Also realize that it is mathematical accuracy. Owing for no wind conditions or anything, all it has to do is replicate the same successful move each time.
So they just have the one robot come out and do a demonstration. I mean, they're far away from competing against each other, but when this thing shoots it, it's crazy. It launches like a bullet from a gun because it takes off so fast, but you will see this thing fly 3/4. Boom! boom, right in.
We're
It's
dead.
wild.
We are dead.
Yeah,
I
do
know.
you think there will be a time in our future
Robot sports?
where we will watch robot sports?
Yes.
Maybe not in our lifetime, but I think it's definitely coming. I mean, you already had, if you go back to more rudimental stuff, but you remember on, they used to have the robot fight show on Comedy Central, I think it was, or whatever. BattleBots.
Yeah.
So you take that, you advance the technology to where these things can move more fluidly, which Boston Dynamics is showing you can do things like that. And I think that there might be drivers of these.
I would love that.
Robots.
I think of Preston
and playing a sport.
In Guardians 2, when you had the race that was piloting the ships remotely.
Yeah.
But they were all hunched down.
Yeah.
That would be something that.
Well, they have drone races right now, which are wild if you've ever seen those.
I got a racing drone.
Yeah?
I want to try it. It seems cool.
Yeah.
But anyhow, if you haven't seen this video, this robot shooting the basketball, it'll freak you out a little bit.
Have you seen the robot horse trampoline?
No.
The robotic?
It's almost real.
Amazing.
All right, we should take a break because we got to go live on Fox Good Day, so we will do that. Don't forget. You know what? I'm going to give away the last of our movie screening passes for tonight. Jungle Cruise. I have 4 of these left, so we'll take
Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by PA Career Link. There we go. So, educational data systems. Match your skills and apply to thousands of job listings at pacareerlinkchesco.org. A landlord by the name of Jorge Arias was arrested for burglary on July 23rd. He's accused of entering his tenant's unoccupied apartment and trying to sniff her underwear.
Yoo-hoo! Is anyone home? Oh, good.
The tenant reported that on several occasions, Arias would come into her bedroom and her daughter's bedroom and go through their clothing, including their undergarments.
Oh, my God.
After the tenant began to suspect someone was coming into their home, she began attempting to make it difficult to enter it. She barricaded one entrance, though Arias had used another door to enter. The tenant set up hidden cameras throughout her home, her bedroom, and her daughter's bedroom to prove that someone was coming in when no one was home. And the video shows Arias entering her apartment through a side door, going into the bedrooms, finding female underwear, bringing them to his nose, apparently in an effort to sniff them.
So that's as far as it went. He wasn't doing anything besides that. He wasn't touching himself or anything, right?
Well, no, not that I know. He was just getting a nose full.
Just the way, the old classic way.
She also reported that on at least one occasion, Arias entered her apartment while her daughter was home alone. He appeared to be startled when he saw her and left immediately. Police further investigated the case and ultimately applied for an arrest warrant. He was taken into custody without incident and was charged with burglary in the 3rd degree.
Jesus.
This isn't something you want to see pop up on your phone when you're getting ready to board an airplane. A United Airlines flight was evacuated ahead of takeoff at San Francisco International Airport on Thursday after a teenager sent a photo of an airsoft gun to other passengers on board via airdrop. Mm-hmm. So, you can do that.
Yes.
You look on airdrop and you can see if there are people around you that are open to receiving from anyone.
Right.
And you can send them stuff. Everybody on board, and because it was a gun, everyone on board was forced to deplane and go through security a second time. The teen was not allowed back on the flight. The spokesperson for the airport said the teen did not have the gun on him, and it was determined the photo was taken at an earlier time at a different location. He added the evacuation was out of an abundance of caution.
So what prompted him to do that? Was he just trying to be a dick?
I don't know if he was messing with people or what. But law enforcement officials are working with United to review the issue. James R. Parker Jr. passed away from injuries after being shot with a crossbow.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so New York State police responded to a residence for a report of a man shot with a crossbow. When the trooper arrived, ambulance and medevac were already on scene administering medical aid. A preliminary investigation of the scene revealed that Parker and another male were attempting to kill a skunk outside the residence.
He's attempting to kill a skunk and shoots himself with a crossbow?
Well, I don't know if he shot himself or the other. So the other man, he shot the crossbow at the skunk. And it appears that Parker was unintentionally hit with the bolt.
Oh, Jesus.
So I don't know if it caromed off of something or if he just shot it right at him or what. The other man
probably a robot skunk and it skipped off its metal armor.
Called 911 and rendered aid to Parker before emergency medical professionals arrived. That's horrible, man.
Jeez.
All right, how about this? The College Square Mall in Morristown, Tennessee, shared footage of a young black bear that paid a visit and seemed to be trying to find a way inside the movie theater.
Is there a Sparrows in here?
The mall says that 2 bears were spotted in the area last week, and one of the animals was caught on camera hanging around the entrance to some stores.
One for a quiet place, please.
The young bear was recorded at the mall's main entrance and at the entrance to the AMC movie theater.
We're watching the footage right now. There's a look of intent. I think he was there to see a movie.
Oh my God. Dude, this is the Warenberg Theater's theme. You guys wouldn't know this, but I do. The mall.
Whether you're a human or a bear, we've got concessions to make your movie watching experience top notch. Whether it's the popcorn or the salmon bites.
The mall posted about it on Facebook, writing, "In all seriousness, please be cognizant of 2 bears in our area. Do not approach or feed the bears," they said. So,
you don't feed the bears.
No. 23-year-old woman has apparently become the second social media star in China to plunge to her death in recent weeks while recording herself on camera. Xiao Qimei was a crane operator.
Oh, boy.
Who shared videos of her career to a reported social media audience of about 100,000 followers. In her final video, she's speaking into a camera in what appears to be a crane cabin when the camera suddenly switches to images of blurry equipment whizzing past the lens. She fell about 160 feet.
So she was in one of those high-rise cranes?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
And by the way, another social media influencer, which I reported on in the Bizarre File, Sophia Chung of Hong Kong, fell to her death on July 10th. She was taking pictures. She was taking a selfie for Instagram next to a waterfall. But witnesses say Qimei had fell to the ground with her phone in her hand on Tuesday after most of her coworkers had left the site.
Hey, guys.
Part of her reported
I just fell 150 feet.
Part of her reported appeal to social media followers was that she did not appear to fit the rugged image of a crane operator. She was petite and pretty and looked even younger than her reported 23 years.
Oh, my God.
She was said to be the mother of 2 children. That's terrible. The family has confirmed her death, saying that it was the result of an accident, not an internet stunt. Like she wasn't taking pictures on purpose.
When you sit up there in one of those things, I assume are you wearing a seatbelt? I assume you would be, right?
I would think so, but I do not know. All right, and then one last story. An Australian activewear firm has been fined $5 million for claiming its clothing eliminated and stopped the spread of COVID. Lorna Jane had advertised that its clothing used a groundbreaking technology called LJ Shield to prevent the transferal of all pathogens.
Oh, yeah, it's got the LJ Shield in this one.
However, in a ruling, a judge said the company's claim was exploitative and predatory and potentially dangerous.
Wear these panties, you won't get pregnant.
Lorna Jane said it accepted the court's ruling, and the company maintained that it had been misled by its own supplier. They said a trusted supplier sold us a product that did not perform as promised. They led us to believe the technology behind LJ Shield was being sold elsewhere in Australia, the USA, China, and Taiwan, and that it was both antibacterial and antiviral. We believed we were passing on a benefit to our customers.
Yeah, don't you think it would be a bigger story if there was a garment you could wear that would repel COVID?
Yep. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the Bizarre File for you for now. We'll take a break. A little bit later on, we're going to have the voice of Bugs Bunny, Yosemite Sam, Sylvester, and more from the Space Jam movie, and he's from the lost or this is going to happen.
Right.
So I'm going to do it now.
Yeah.
So she said, thank you for reading. Always looking forward to driving into work with you guys. We have been longtime fans even before WMMR, and that is from Kelly. So here's a shout out to Dan from Kelly, and no last name, so I guess you know who you are.
God, that'd make a great movie. From Dan to Kelly.
From Dan to Kelly.
Yeah.
Casey, I have a couple more, but
I got a couple as well. So why don't I jump in here for one?
Let's go back and forth.
Go back and forth. So this is a shout out to Miguel, and then specifically to his daughter Selah. I was at Pinocchio's Pizza last night, and these guys were there. Selah is like 8 or 9 years old, and she's a huge fan of the show.
Oh, boy.
Her mother listens to us. She lets her listen to whatever she wants, Kids Bop or whatever. But while she's in the car in the morning, taking her to school, it's Preston, Steve, or nothing. And so Selah is a huge fan of the show. Cool. Always wants to call in with her stories. So this shout out is for you, Selah.
That's cool. We should take that. Yeah, in case you take calls from kids.
This one says, hey, Jess and Jimmy Gregg are longtime fans of the show and longtime listeners of WMMR. I'm sorry. Jimmy Gregg made me think of, my friend Will makes up a character called, is it Robert Bob or Bobby Robert?
Bobby Robert.
We call him Double Bob. Double Bob. Anyway, Jimmy Gregg and Jess are longtime fans of the show. Their daughter, Bryn, has just been, this is sad news, just been diagnosed with leukemia and has been released from CHOP after a week of testing. She is now has to endure 2.5 years of treatment. She's 5 years old, has a long road ahead of her, and I would like to send a shout out to Bryn for a speedy recovery and to send my love to Jess and Jimmy, and that it says from Who's Lou. So is this Lou? Oh, this is Lou.
Oh!
Who's Lou?
Who's Lou?
Oh, man. All right, so a shout out to that little sweetie Bryn. And 5 years old. My goodness. All right, well, hang in there, gang. Everything's going to be good. Let's see. What else do I have here for you? Case, you had one?
I do. I have another one. Again, this is from last night. We did a nice bike ride last night. We started at Pinocchio's, ended at Pinocchio's. I was trying to buy pizza and some Michelob Ultra for my team. I went to go pay my bill, and Caitlin, our server, said, no, this has already been taken care of. So I got to give a shout out, and a thank you to Matt Furley and Seth Malin for taking care of our bill last night.
They picked it up?
They picked it up.
Oh,
they did
that's
not
so
have
nice.
to do that. And then, so 2 guys joined our ride last night who are not on our team. They just saw the post on social media. The dude with the beard. Dude, you were real. I forget your name, but you were really, really funny. And please send me an email so I know who you are.
Dude with the beard.
Dude with the beard. He was really funny.
Okay. This one says, hey, guys, I'd love to request a shout out for my mom's 60th birthday, Friday, July 30th. So we're a couple of days ahead of that. Her name is Candy. She's a sorority girl and the biggest fan of your show going back to your DRE and Y100 days. Thank you so much. That is from Dina K. O'Neill. So here you go. That is for your mom.
We need a sorority event soon.
Yes, we do. And then last one. I'd like to request a birthday shout out for my coworker and friend Melanie McCabe. She's a Philly girl, relocated to Florida, but her heart is still there in Philly. She's been a huge fan of your show for a very long time, and I know that she listens to you every morning, has even gotten me to start listening to you on Spotify. A shout out from you guys for her birthday on Friday would mean the world to her. So we're a day early on this, and it says, thank you, Clarence Ratliff. So here you go. I don't know how you found us on Spotify. Are we on Spotify?
I guess we are.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Our podcast is on there. Rock on. Excellent. Told you how much I know about our show. Wow.
What are we on again?
I don't know. But I do know that yesterday, and we missed this, and I would have brought it up yesterday. Yesterday was National New Jersey Day.
Yeah.
And I had no idea that there were national state days. Okay, so National Pennsylvania Day was, I guess, a week ago or so.
It was on my birthday, and they didn't tell me.
I didn't know.
It's July 20th.
I mean, there's every sub-level food in the world gets its own day. Why not an entire state of people?
So I saw a few little New Jersey facts that were in this article about National New Jersey Day. I thought it'd be worth
Makes it
bringing up.
kind of special.
We just found out that John Bon Jovi got his own rest area.
Yes.
His own service area somewhere on the New Jersey Turnpike.
He's a cowboy, you know.
And so did Connie Chung and James Gandolfini and Frank Sinatra.
It's pretty cool.
A few people we weren't familiar with, but nonetheless. So New Jersey was the third state to ratify the Constitution of the United States of America. They were the first state to ratify the Bill of Rights. New Jersey's central location amidst the 13 colonies during the colonial era made it home to several battles during the Revolutionary War. And while it's the most densely populated of the 50 states, it's nicknamed the Garden State, rings truer today than any other time, with blueberries, cranberries, and peaches from New Jersey found in markets across the eastern seaboard.
I love blueberries.
I do too. I've been eating them a lot lately. You know what my latest snack has been in the evening, as opposed to ice cream? I've always been an ice cream. Is blueberries, raspberries, pineapple, in plain yogurt, like no flavor yogurt at all. Right. Some granola, and then honey on that.
Well, that's a little meal.
Loving it.
Yeah. I mean, because that
Identical.
I would say that puts you calorically under
Probably
your
around ice cream.
Yeah, but just in that realm.
But I get to have a little
healthier.
a little healthier,
Right.
and I have a little more than I would of the ice cream. There you go.
I don't mind that flavor, but the that much fruit, for some reason, I have
makes you poop.
No. But I do have a physical, biological reaction in my mouth.
All that acidic, that citric acid. Mm-hmm. It can sometimes
made a mess in my mouth.
Sometimes too much of real citrusy fruits like oranges and stuff like that will cause my stomach to act up a little bit.
No, that's the truth. You got to watch fruit. It's a dicey, subject.
By the way, going back to New Jersey, sorry to derail for a moment.
No.
But in this article at the very end, it says Central Jersey does exist.
Yes.
So I think mainly the state is split into North and South.
Yeah.
But I guess there is a Central Jersey where that little squish, that little,
and it's lovely.
Indent comes in.
There's definitely a debate amongst New Jerseyans as to where the split for North and South is.
Well, you got the pull of Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, and you got the pull, of course, of New York.
Right.
And so there's a certain point at which everyone.
I think Princeton kind of goes both ways.
It does.
Cranberry, that area,
Dingleberry.
that stretch. Dingleberry is mostly north. But
Dingleberry, New Jersey.
It's very unpleasant. It smells bad. But Steve, the lore of the city of New York City, sports teams, allegiance, and really there's only one or two true New Jersey sports teams, and I think that has something to do with it.
It certainly does. I think you're exactly right. Yeah.
So I always thought maybe 195 was that split. Everything north of 195 is North Jersey. But I don't really know where. All right. So where is? All right. What's more
Where's
north?
New Jersey?
Princeton is more north than Trenton, right?
By a little bit, yeah. They're pretty close to each other. Trenton is where it is as the capital because it's in the middle of the state.
Right. It's interesting how states split up like that, though. You take even the tiny ones. Like Delaware. They slower, lower. You hear about that.
And Dover's in the middle of that state for the same reason. Harrisburg's in between Philadelphia and Pittsburgh for the same reason. And that's why those cities are the capitals.
Right. And you know what? Speaking of Pennsylvania, it's a giant state.
It's a huge state.
As opposed, you have Texas, which is in a realm of all its own, and Alaska, obviously. But Pennsylvania is just so massive, and it's just getting from one end to another that the other side, that western side, doesn't even really
register.
Yeah.
When I used to,
and I'm sure we don't register to that side.
There was a time when I was doing stand-up where I was very much in Western PA a lot, and taking that drive across the state. I remember the first few times I did it, I'm like, mother of God, this is a big state.
Yeah.
It's funny, too, because
I guess it's east, west, and Pennsylvania in the middle, right?
Yeah, Alabama right in the middle. If you're in Newark, New Jersey, and the Oranges, they don't really consider themselves North Jersey, but we do. Like the areas outside of New York City aren't necessarily North Jersey to those people. But
I know what you mean. But to New Yorkers, they are.
Right.
Yes.
It's a weird. The lines are weird.
Hoboken, a lot of people are considered sort of New York.
Yeah. Adopted.
Yeah.
Kind of. Or
adopted.
You know what I mean?
Adjacent.
Yeah.
Like the sixth borough almost.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, hang on a second. We're getting a couple of calls here concerning this, and I'll go to a couple other facts and figures. Cameron is on the air. Cameron, good morning.
Good morning. How we doing?
Good. Well, what's up, buddy?
Not much. So I am a South Jersey native. I was born in Philly, but I'm a South Jersey native. There's no such thing as Central Jersey. There is Northern South Jersey and Southern North Jersey.
Okay. All right. There you go.
There's no Central New Jersey.
Northern South Jersey and Southern North Jersey.
And where's the line for you?
I would say about Princeton because it's about 2-ish hours, an hour and 45 if you drive fast enough. from us. So that's definitely like the cutoff for me. Because that's usually where you get into the pork roll Taylor ham kind of fading in and out.
So yeah, I always reconcile it against the turnpike, Cameron. So I'm like, what exit? And that always, to me. So what exit would you say is the appropriate dividing point of New Jersey?
Again, great point. So I go to school at Stockton, so everybody is Parkway exits, and I would say probably over up by where the I forget what that bridge is. Whatever, the 8-lane bridge is up there. That's kind of where everybody starts to fade in and out. That's where you can kind of see New York. So I would definitely say around there.
I think that's a good call. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Cameron. Appreciate it, man.
See you guys.
I like the North-South Jersey and South-North Jersey.
You just don't want to acknowledge a Central New Jersey.
So the first hospital named in honor of a nurse, Clara Maas Medical Center, is in Belleville, New Jersey. The first Miss America was chosen in Atlantic City in 1921.
Of course. Do we know the name of that first Miss America?
I don't, Steve.
Okay.
I'm sure we can find that out.
It's Harper Lee's sister.
Oh, wow. And she was a looker.
She was.
The first boardwalk.
We were pretty much allowed to go.
The first boardwalk in the world was built in Atlantic City, of course. In 1870, by the way. The first ferry service in the United States operated between Hoboken and New York City.
It's very magical.
Not like a flying Ferry, Ferry.
Hey, the horse that would jump off of the pier.
Yes.
Is that the only place that ever happened?
The Steel Pier?
Yeah.
I've never heard of another diving horse before.
You know how that got started, right? Was the horse trampoline sport.
Yes, exactly. And they said we need to up the ante on this.
Yeah.
I think there's a couple of places that might have it, Casey, but the one that I think is probably the best known would be that one.
Yeah. Thornton Mellon used to open for him.
Yeah,
That's right.
Steve, the first ever Miss America was Margaret Gorman. She lived until 1995.
There was a lot of love in the family.
She had a very loving family.
Yeah.
When was she born?
1905, so she lived 90 years.
Wow. Hoboken is also home to the first organized baseball game.
There you go.
That was played in 1846. And also, New Brunswick lays claim to hosting the first college football game, November 1869. Anybody want to guess the colleges? They're still around.
Brown versus Princeton.
You got one of them right. Princeton was one of them.
Harvard?
Penn.
No.
Rutgers?
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice work, Steve.
And Rutgers beat Princeton in the world's first college football game, 6-4.
So they had three scores.
The first
6-4.
Not two.
Oh, I'm sorry.
6 against 4. The first professional basketball game was played in Trenton in 1896.
How about that? So not the places of origin, right? Because basketball was invented in Massachusetts.
Yes, but I guess the first professional.
Right.
So once they started paying people to play the game for spectators, the very first game was in 1896.
So wait a second. When did James Naismith invent the sport? Of basketball?
Of basketball?
With the peach baskets and all that.
That's a good question.
Yeah. When was it? I think it was... Well, it would have to be, I'd say, 11-15.
11-15. Okay, sure. No, 1896 is when the first professional game
I was way
So
off.
1891 basketball, which was 2 words. There was a court established at Springfield College, and that's in Massachusetts.
Hey, fellows, I have a great way we can kill time.
All right. Yeah, so just 5 years later, they turned it into a professional sport. The first drive-in theater in the world opened in Camden, New Jersey in 1933.
And man, they're actually still doing well. They went almost completely away for a while, and then during the pandemic, you had
a resurgence.
New drive-in theaters being built.
At the time, they were called park-in theaters. The first medical school to open in New Jersey is more than 50 years. Hackensack Meridian Medical School is located in Nutley, New Jersey.
Isn't that where Valley Perine's mother lived in Superman? Hackensack.
Yeah, Hackensack, I think.
Yeah,
You're
Hackensack,
right.
New Jersey.
Mm-hmm. In the 1870s, the first saltwater taffy was produced on the boardwalk in Atlantic City.
Are you a fan of saltwater taffy?
Not anymore.
I don't like it.
As a kid, I liked it.
Certain flavors.
It doesn't do much for me. What?
There's got to be certain flavors that I can stomach.
Okay. It seems like kind of a waste. It's not enough flavor
for the chewing
for what I'm eating.
Yeah,
and what I'm
too
chewing.
much work.
Not worth the calories.
Yeah. It's, if I'm going to go
Go big.
Go big. Yeah, get
Crazy
some ice cream,
boy.
something like that.
If somebody's eating something, I'm like, is it worth the calories? Like, should I do it?
Yeah.
More often than not, people are like, nah.
More food stuff. Disco fries can only be found in New Jersey.
Uh-huh.
Wait a
second. What's that? What are
French
those?
fries with melted mozzarella, which is then smothered in a brown gravy. And it's not the same as poutine.
No,
it's
that's
not
different.
curds.
It also has a big pubic bush.
Oh, I didn't know that. Hey, by the way, I didn't know this. It says the now classic dish, chicken Savoy, was first crafted in the Belmont Tavern in Belleville. It's cut up chicken, rubbed with garlic, hard cheese, and herbs, then roasted in a screaming hot oven and splashed with vinegar. That sounds kind of tasty to me. I might have to
Oven's
try that.
ready.
The Italian hot dog, consisting of pizza bread stuffed with deep fried potatoes, onions, peppers, and hot dogs, was created in Newark in 1932. I've never
heard of that.
No. And Patterson and Plainfield both claim to be the first place to have created the chili dog. This on National New Jersey Day.
Dog.
Yeah, Pats. And then the last little bit of info about New Jersey on National New Jersey Day. English settlers named this place New Jersey after the province of Jersey, the largest of the Channel Islands in England.
I like that. You know what they didn't mention, though? They didn't mention donkeys.
No.
I mean, not that it was a first. But
Well, this is more historical.
Okay,
this is more historical
all right.
look at New Jersey. So, and by the way, I was not aware, and in this article, that bagels in New Jersey are considered a big deal. I've always heard New York is.
I think that's what it is.
Yes,
It's
yeah.
the same.
Okay.
You can get the same bagels, but only in North Jersey.
It'd have to be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's closer to New York.
They say that the water, the tap water in New York is the reason for the great bagel.
And by the way, there's some great bagel places around here, and some have really nailed it. But there is something to be said, Kathy. I think you can back this up for the.
Oh, Steve, listen, I'm sure there's great bagels around here, but there is nothing. I would drive to New York for a bagel than to go somewhere around here.
So we have family that comes down fairly frequently, and they will bring.
that's what we do?
Yeah.
That's what my
I need to
family
do
does.
that. I don't think I've had a New York bagel before. Marissa?
Kathy, I'm trying to look it up quickly, but somebody was just voted best of Philly, where they leave at like 3:00 in the
go
morning.
get them?
Go get bagels from New York, and we'll deliver them to you.
Tell me who it is.
I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah, I want to know. If they're going to be 3, they can get here by the time the show started, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm coming here.
I don't really eat bagels anymore. Just, again, not worth the
Right.
calories
Too much
for me.
carbs.
But if I can get my hands on a New York bagel, I'll eat it.
Toasted bagel with so a sesame bagel scooped with turkey and Swiss and mayo. That's a perfect sandwich.
That's a sandwich. Okay.
That's another thing. I only knew of them scooping the bagels in New York and North Jersey than around here. I didn't
Yes.
know that was like I learned that up there.
You scoop when you can.
I'll take your scoop, guys. If you guys, I'll take extra scoop on mine.
Yeah,
I miss Manja downstairs in Kareem. He would make my bagels for me, and I would always get everything bagel, toasted and buttered. But he would stab the bagel, and then butter it, so all the butter would seep in. You know me.
What? Wait, did he just do that for you?
So I didn't. He was doing it for somebody else, and I'm like, "What are you doing there?" And it's the same thing with that whole ranch dressing thing. I didn't invent it, Kathy.
Right.
And
You
I
just
didn't
made it better.
Yeah. So
You do have a thing with butter and crevices, though.
I do. But
Yeah.
when you can seep that butter into a bagel, and it's just brilliant. So if you don't stab your bagel before you butter it.
No, that's a legit. I like that. I like that idea of a technique.
Stab your bagel.
But I don't butter it. I cream cheese it. I'm a cream cheese guy, and cream cheese wouldn't do it. It's too thick.
Yeah.
It wouldn't work. But if you're going to butter it, that's a great idea. I will butter my wife's bagel then.
Oh, yeah, you bet you will.
Butter your muffin.
Butter her crevice.
Hey, baby.
Butter your bagel.
Get some of the butter down in that hole.
First, I need to stab it.
Stab your crevice.
It's funny how we talk about food every time. Like we started in Jersey and now we're on
I think we were
bagels.
talking about food when we were doing the Olympics thing.
Yeah.
Kit Kats. That was Keith's fault.
Yeah. I'm going to go to Tommy. Hey, Tommy, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Great, man. What's up, bud?
Nothing. I heard you guys talking about the bagels delivered from New York. The place is called New York Bagel Butler.
New York Bagel Butler, and the whole model is predicated. Their whole business is that they go get the bagels from New York and deliver them early.
I think that's what Marissa was talking about.
All right.
Twice a week. I forget what it was, like Thursdays and Saturdays, but you order 24 hours ahead of time.
Okay.
And then that following day, whatever it is, Thursday or Saturday, they come out and deliver them to you right here in the city between 8 and 1, I think.
Oh.
I've used it a couple times, and the difference, like you guys had said, there's good bagels here, but it just doesn't compare.
It's a world of difference. You're saying hands and just completely,
Penises.
hands and penises above everything else.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thanks, man. I'll take your word for it, Tommy. Hang on. Marissa, yes?
Yeah, so I'm on the website. They do it Fridays and Saturdays. You have to order by like 1 p.m. the day before. They'll deliver between 8 and 1 that day.
It's got to be expensive.
Yeah, I don't see prices yet because I'm on delivery zones. They'll go as north as like Willow Grove. They have 3 zones, Willow Grove to Juniata. In Philly, it's like South Philadelphia up to Strawberry Mansion. And then Kathy, they go as far east. As west as Conshohocken.
Yes!
Wow.
All right, I got to do this.
Well, I'll drive over to Kathy's house on Saturday.
Yeah.
Order them, have them deliver there,
We
and
can
pick
have
them up.
bagels.
But this is real. My sister-in-law is from the Asbury Park area, and her and my brother have done like a bagel tour and tried every bagel in the city, and she said she can't find one that's as good as a New York bagel to her.
Okay.
What are the kind of food tours should be done? You've done a cheese tour.
Ooh, pizza tour,
Pizza
cheese
tour.
My
Yeah.
friends and I are doing an espresso martini tour.
That's a bit okay.
That's a lot.
Espresso?
Well, it's just very targeted. That's very specific.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's like I don't know, there's some like trendy thing like cacio e pepe. Do a cacio e pepe tour.
What?
Stop it.
That's such a Melissa thing.
How about like a-
And there's a thing where we put tapioca into little shot glasses and we eat them out of Pringles cans. Is that a thing? That's a thing for us.
Thing now.
Well, Philly Mag is doing some great lists. They did the brownie tour. You talked about that, Steve, the other day. They're
Brownies,
doing,
yeah.
We could do that.
Lasagna, Caesar salads.
Do you know what? I sent Preston, I sent you over an article today. Something that probably would bear out would be the whoopie pie tour.
Yeah, I saw that, and I don't know.
They all taste the same.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, they're all pretty much the same. And there's not much nuance in the whoopie pie.
Do you like them at all?
Not really.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, I
they're
don't.
okay. You like them?
No.
Okay. They're okay. If I were going to eat one, it'd be like a couple of bites, and that's enough for me. That's good. They remind me too much. My sister loved when we were growing up. Suzy Q's.
Suzy Q's, yes.
And those were good.
Yeah,
Pretty much
a
the
little
same
bit,
thing. It's
yeah.
almost like a dense chocolate cake sandwiched with cream in the middle, and
too much cream kills it.
Yeah, I'm not big. I'm not a big whoopie.
I think
pie guy.
also with desserts, like you have to pick and choose, and because it's so decadent, if you're gonna go in on a dessert, you don't want to do it with a dessert you don't care that much about.
It's true, and also what will make. Oh, what is this?
Oh, it's Suzy Q.
Q.
Oh,
I like the little Harvest does it. A few other restaurants do it where you get like just a small little cup of a pudding or something, a pudding, and
they'll do flights.
That's really all you need.
They have restaurants like that. Sometimes they'll do a dessert flight. Where you have tiny little pieces of cake, and puddings and things like that. Little foodie blabas or whatever Marissa said a moment ago. I don't know what those things are. Yeah, foodie blabas.
Cacio de pepe?
Cacio de pepe. What is that?
I don't know.
Okay. Marissa, what the hell is
What's a
cacio de pepe?
It's a pasta dish which is made with Parmesan cheese, and that's it. They just like melt the cheese and a little bit of cream.
Literally cheese and pepper.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's really good. It's from.
So instead of saying cheese and pepper,
And you would do a tour of that?
Well, there's a new trend of
Like how much? That's not a lot of. Okay, I'm sorry.
There's a new trend of all of these Italian restaurants that are opening, and everyone's making their own fresh pasta.
Oh.
So you could do like a fresh pasta tour. How about we just do a mac and cheese tour?
Yes.
Cacio, as the text says, cacio de pepe is delicious, but make that crap at home, man. It's so easy.
I mean, I can make that.
Right. Yes, you could not mess that up, Kathy.
Can I get on the tour?
Maybe.
Can I ruin this entire break for you guys like I haven't already?
Yeah.
National New Jersey Day is fake.
What?
It's a fake holiday. It was created by nationaldaycalendar.com.
Oh, okay.
So what? 90% of these things are fake.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're simply promotional tools.
Wait, but nationalcalendarday.com, isn't that where all of these National
A ton of them.
Margarita, National
Yeah.
Tequila was last weekend?
Yes. So there's a disclaimer on the top of the page. It said they began celebrating each state in order that they entered the Union. So that's why Philadelphia or Pennsylvania was a few weeks ago.
Okay.
That's why this is now. But they did say that the real day is December 18th when New Jersey became the third.
By the way, I've never taken stock that these quote unquote national days are
national.
recognized by the United States government.
Well, because there's been about, this year alone, there's been about 180 National Pizza Days.
Yeah, exactly. So, whatever. It's just fun to talk about.
We can't figure out when Pancake's real day is because every 3 months is National Pancake Day.
You're right. That's when he became Pancake, was on National Pancake Day.
It's like Lobster Fest.
Stopped off and bought us pancakes.
he could have been
Like Toyota-thon. Yeah, exactly.
His name could have been Scrapple if he started on Scrapple Day.
That would have been worked. That would have worked.
Yep. All right. Well, anyway, that will wrap this particular segment because we got some other things to get to. We have a guest who's coming up in just a moment, and his name is Jeff Bergman. He's the voice of Bugs Bunny and Yosemite Sam and Sylvester. If you saw the movie Space Jam, it had a good showing at the box office a couple weeks ago, and he's also done a bunch of other voice work as well. And he's from the area.
Love it.
And we also have a secret text word, your chance to win some concert tickets. You get to pick, by the way. Between MM Barbecue, Jimmy Buffett, Corn and Stain, Dropkick Murphys, Rancid, Megadeth, or Slipknot. And yes, I'm quite aware there was a death in the band Slipknot, by the way. Joey Jordison passed away. He was the original drummer. It's
horrible.
I'll get to that in music news. But yes, text the word secret to 39333 and we'll send that word to you. And we'll see if you can win a little bit later on. We're going to take a break. Come back in just a moment. Make sure that you stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Dawes was the voice of Yogi Bear. And Jinx the cat, I hate those Mises. I'm going to get those Mises.
I love that. Yeah. And so what was your first, was your first animated or voice job, was it the Pillsbury Doughboy?
No, it really was Bugs Bunny.
It was
Steven
Bugs
Spielberg.
Bunny. Wow.
Yep, it's true, Doc. It was the rabbit.
So,
Oh my God.
I mean, you must have been, it must have been, A, it's an honor, but B, you must have been crapping yourself because that is, you don't start any bigger than Bugs Bunny. So what was the pressure like?
It was incredible because Mel, he passed away eerily enough on my birthday. And
oh, my God.
And then 3 weeks later, they were casting for Tiny Toons. So Bugs was the first voice I got. And then Daffy, and then Sylvester, and then Sam, and then I say Foghorn Leghorn, and I say nice girl, but about as sharp as a sack of wet mud.
I had Jeff. I was under the impression that because I remember seeing an interview with Mel Blanc in his later years on a talk show. It might have been the Tonight Show. I'm not sure, but his son Noel Blanc was on with him, and was starting to do some of the impressions as well, and thought that maybe he might be the heir to that. Did he have a career that you know of?
Well, it's really great that you bring that up because at the actual callback auditions, I met Noel Blanc, Mel's son, and he approached me and asked me if I was represented by anybody, and I said, well, I was represented by William Morris at the time, and he said, well, if you ever need anything, just let me know. So it was almost like a kind of a half endorsement, I think, even though I think he was vying to do some of the voices as well. But I mean, he was a manager to Mel. He really took care of that. That was what I think he really did. Okay. Great.
And all deference to him, I never thought he was that proficient at the voices. I know he did them and he'd done some stuff. But obviously you are the main go-to for a reason. So as you started to add characters to, by the way, Spielberg has always been a massive Warner Brothers fan, Looney Tunes fan, and that's that's been in his deal. So did you actually have like an audition right in front of Spielberg, or how did you nail the gig?
Oh, well, this is a cool story. I don't know why this just doesn't come out, but what happened was when we were finished all the Tiny Toons episodes, we had a wrap party, and so I come in the studio, and Steven Spielberg is right there, and he ushered me in the studio, and it's just he and I, like with a mic and just two chairs, and he presented me with a model sheet, which is a little storyboard of the characters, and he said, Jeff, I want to thank you so much, and I'm just kind of shaking, basically. And he said, this is for you, and I have it in my house, and it says, to Jeff, Mel would be proud, from Steve Spielberg.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I didn't know it at the time, but years later I found out he was instrumental in selecting certainly Bugs Bunny, who would play Bugs Bunny. So, wow. Yeah, I was just that much more honored, but I didn't know it at the time.
Jeff, one of the things I was amazed at Mel Blanc and people such as yourself, but him specifically because, his voice was his instrument, and you do damage to that, and you're damaging your moneymaker. Yet, a character like Yosemite Sam screamed louder than anyone or any character I had ever heard before. And I don't know how, because you do Yosemite as well, and how you could do all that screaming and still have a voice left.
Say, I'm a Hessian for aggression. I hate that varmint. Ooh, you corn-sarn Indian rabbit.
One of our favorite ones is where he's going through the coconuts. He's stranded on the island. Toss coconut salad, coconut pie.
I hate coconuts. Yes. Yep.
I mean, and Mel Blanc was, was responsible, obviously, with the great writers that they had and so on and so forth. But the realization of those characters, it was not simply, here, read this, have a funny voice. Right. Mel was instrumental in it. So, and you pay tribute to him each time you do it. Of all the voices that you do, obviously Yosemite Sam being a bit taxing, what other one do you find that you need to work into a little bit?
I would say probably the most complex voice is Fred Flintstone, because the actor that originated that was his voice. That wasn't a put on. Bugs Bunny's a put on. Sylvester's a put on. Fred Flintstone.
Yeah, Fred Flintstone. He has a natural sort of phlegm in his voice. Yeah. Oh, boy. I'm in a lot of trouble with Wilma. Yabba-dabba-dee.
That's great. I mean, that's pretty spot on.
Yeah.
And then there's the voice of Barney Rubble, too, Fred's next door neighbor. Watch me trick Fred out of his Cocoa Pebbles.
Hey, so did you had Yogi and Fred ended up in Space Jam: A New Legacy? And I didn't know that these Hanna-Barbera and other other
Warner
studio
Brothers.
characters would dive into this Warner Brothers world.
Yes, well, we didn't know that either. I mean, we only got certain scenes, and so we only had certain context. And then they had said to me, "Jeff, can you do Fred Flintstone for the film?" And I said, "My God, that'd be unbelievable." And then it was, "Hey, Yogi Berra made his appearance too." Wow! and so you never really knew who was going to be in the film, who was going to show up in the serververse. But I mean, to do these characters that I grew up with in the late 60s, early 70s, it doesn't seem real at times.
Do you find so Jeff? And there was a point in time in which they were casting. Obviously, there's a ton of animation being done now. I mean, Fox has a whole animation domination, evening in prime time on their schedule. But with all this stuff, they started culling from a lot of actors and notables. That was a trend for a while, where you'd have people, being put in these roles. And I remember a lot of the animation voiceover people were sort of up in arms, saying, this was not fair. Was that going on? Did that affect you at all because you were doing these iconic characters, or what was that like when that was the big thing?
Well, it affects everyone. It really does. I mean, like you were so kind to point out, Mel Blanc is the godfather for everybody in the voice industry. There was nobody that got credit before him. I don't even know that there was anybody that did voices, that it was a thing then. And so he got that voice characterizations. So that really helped make him a star. But celebrity voiceover, I mean, the studios feel that there's a lot of currency in having a celebrity do a voice. I mean, do I think Tom Hanks and Tim Allen did a great job on Toy Story? Yeah. But could they have had other actors do it? Yep. But maybe they wouldn't have come to see the movie. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, a lot of times, actors that fly under the radar that don't have celebrity fame, we'll see it and we'll hear the voice and we'll go, "Oh, come on." I mean, that's,
right.
And it happens, but I mean, look, hopefully the best person always gets the job. It's not always the case, but that's we just want to be able to have a shot at it, and sometimes you get that, and sometimes you don't.
Speaking of doing the job, we're mentioning all these iconic characters that you're the voice of, but also you've done some other things along the way with tons of shows like Rick and Morty, and even Mike Tyson Mysteries.
Mike Tyson Mysteries,
which is one of Steve's
I think is
shows.
one of the funniest. What they do 2 seasons, or I don't even maybe. But what kind of work did you do on the Mike Tyson Mysteries, Jeff?
Oh my gosh! I mean, I did some really strange things. I mean, I love that show. I did. Once they asked me to do the voice of L. Ron Hubbard, and I mean, oh my God, it was
great.
so much fun. I had to watch hours of L. Ron Hubbard, and believe me, a little bit goes a long way. I mean, I just don't know anything that guy ever said anything.
Right. Between that, so you had, the cast was great. You had for the series, you had Mike Tyson doing his own stuff, obviously, and then there was Norm Macdonald and others as well. But it's a gem if people haven't seen it. But with this wealth of animation that I was talking about earlier, do you end up? Does your phone ring a lot more, or are you predominantly still focused on these main iconic characters?
Well, as far as Looney Tunes go, I mean, everybody has their memory of what, Bugs Bunny sounds like, Fred Flintstone. So, I mean, I have to be at the ready at that. So, I mean, I try to stay as practiced and, honed as I can on those characters. Because if you make a mistake, I mean, if you don't sound right, the fans they'll come after you.
Yeah. We were talking to Kevin Smith yesterday about, he's the showrunner on the new Masters of the Universe, the animated series on Netflix, and he was talking about how pedantic and critical the fan base can be, for those things. So we were going to talk to you today, and I was thinking, man, to pick up the torch for, Bugs Bunny and Fred Flintstone and these voices, and you better do it right, or those fans are going to go nuts. Have you caught in your life, in your career, really bad blowback, or have you had a pretty good run as far as acceptance?
Most of the time, people are really nice, but sometimes people come after you because when I started, we're talking about the early '80s. We were in the analog age, so we didn't have digital yet. And as you well know, very much so, digital recording is very different. It has there's a clarity to it, but there's a little bit of a brittleness to the sound. And people grew up with those Looney Tunes cartoons, and those were it's analog and it's tube mics, and they just sounded just bigger than life. And they recorded a lot of that stuff on the soundstage. So, we don't have that kind of sound today. So immediately there's a difference.
Right.
But that doesn't matter. If you're a kid and that's what you watch with chocolate milk and cheese doodles on Saturday morning, you want it to sound like that.
Yeah. So speaking to that in the technology, you do a fair amount of stuff over Zoom? When you're doing voice stuff? I assume you have a pretty competitive studio at home?
We had to, because we recorded the entire Space Jam New Legacy film remotely from home.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so I had to upgrade my studio system. I recorded Jellystone, which is the new Yogi Bear cartoon. That premieres tomorrow, and we recorded that. I did Cartoon President. I don't know if you guys knew that. I was Donald Trump. For the cartoon.
I mean, look, we did a lot of tremendous things, Preston. I mean, they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about how terrific I invented the vaccine. CNN is not going to tell you that. The liberal media, they don't. It's okay. It's okay. We'll deal with it. It's all right.
Now there were a lot of voices on that show. Did you do any other ones besides Donald Trump, the main character?
I did Trump. I did also Biden. Hey, look. Hey, folks. All right, folks, look. Here's what we're going to do. All right, look. 3 words. About 3 words, okay? It's what we're talking about. JOBS.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great show. I got to get a lot of angst out in that show.
That's cool. That's cool.
Hey, I wanted to ask more about your local connection, Jeff. I mean, born and raised here, but a brethren in radio is your brother. Those who used to listen to WYSP, Matt and Huggy show.
Yeah.
Huggy's your brother, right?
Yes, Matt and Huggy. Yep, you got it. My brother, I mean, he and I are so close, and we in fact, I think my brother is in Philadelphia today. He lives in Boston, Massachusetts, but he's taking his girls on a trip through Philly today. So
that's cool. Yeah. So does he? Obviously, he has a voice. We know. We would hear him, and he's obviously very competent. Did he at any point flirt with the voice work that you do? That concept?
No, I don't think that was his thing. Although he can do voices. I mean, he does. Who does he do? He does a great Merrill Reese.
Okay. That's cool.
It's hilarious. I mean, but yeah, I mean, he has a podcast with Matt of Matt and Huggy, and also Applehead. So the 3 of them are just so funny. I mean, they're just. I love his voice so much on the radio. I miss him.
Nice.
That's cool.
What else is so? Space Jam came out and it did really well at the box office. I mean, I would imagine that was a big undertaking as far as demands on you.
Oh my gosh! It was. It took us. It was about a year for the casting, maybe, and then about a year and a half just to record the film. Oh, wow. And people said, "Did you ever meet LeBron?" And I said, I never met him once until literally the screening.
Okay.
It's crazy. Yeah. It's kind of deflating because, we always ask, and it may be, and for some recording sessions, we know for a fact that the cast on some animated films, you'd have at least 2 or 3 people in a room interacting with each other. But it's par for the course now. Everything is sort of, the lines are done, one right after another, and the cast rarely, if ever, meets, correct?
It's true.
Yeah.
Tom Hanks and Tim Allen, they only met at the premiere. They had never met. So, but that's where good director comes into play. Our director, Malcolm D. Lee, was so great with context. I mean, he'd been working with LeBron on set, so he really kind of knew how he wanted those lines read. So I kind of almost felt like LeBron was there in those Zoom recordings.
Jeff, I had mentioned, obviously that Mel Blanc handled all of those voices, except maybe one or two here and there throughout that run of Looney Tunes. Have you inherited all of the voices that he did, all of those characters, or are there a couple of other actors that needed to come in to do one or two that maybe you couldn't quite get?
Well, let's see, Doc. First, it's the voice of the rabbit. Then, of course, there's Daffy Duck. Oh, I thought a putty tat. I did tell a putty tat.
Yes, you did see a putty tat. And I'm not gonna hurt you, little yellow bird. I'm just gonna eat you.
That's great. I love it. You start to smile. Those voices are such a part of our collective lives, and the joy they bring. It's interesting when the concept of Space Jam, this LeBron championed version. I was wondering, hey, is there still recognition for the younger demo for a lot of these characters? And Casey, you were saying that it is that they're they still play.
Yeah, well, so Nick and I actually, I think we had opposing viewpoints, because I thought the real draw to the movie were the NBA players. And it's not to say that, because my son watched it, he watched it with his friend, but, my son is a huge fan of basketball, and I've tried to introduce him to the cartoons that I watched when I was a kid. But Nick was saying that he thinks that, the cartoon characters
still
were the real draw.
Yeah, there's certainly a timelessness to Looney Tunes and to the comedy therein, and so it depends on when it hits them. But, even for me, like Tiny Toons was a reintroduction into Looney Tunes, and so it's generational. And I don't know when Looney Tunes and Merry Melodies started, but probably in the 30s or 40s, right? So the fact that this has been around for nearly an entire century and still continues to be commercially successful and funny, I think speaks to its timelessness.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of an edge to those characters, and I think that's why maybe they're not so dated. I think that there's just that appeal still to them. And, when we were kids, you could watch cartoons Saturday morning.
Yes.
You knew where to go. So now I'll say I think HBO Max is trying to do that with the new Looney Tunes cartoons. Of course, Space Jam you can see on HBO Max. Shameless plug. I think there's a place that you can go to see those classic cartoons. But you're right, though. I mean, a few years ago, people were like, Bugs Bunny, what? Who? What is that?
Yeah, because it was starting to wane, but it's been reinvigorated.
Yeah, I mean, when I think back, like, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, that kind of started everything. Yep. Then it was Tiny Toons, then it was Animaniacs, and, we had show after show. And The Simpsons was around 89, 1990, so it was right after Roger Rabbit in 88. That was the animation revolution. So, they're now even talking about Space Jam 3 now.
Wow.
Jeff, in that sphere of actors who do what you do, and more specifically, not just voiceovers, but cartoony characters, for lack of a better word, animated characters, but I like the term cartoon. Even that ports over into The Simpsons and other shows. Are you guys, are you friends with some of the other actors, or is everybody aware of each other?
No, we want to kill each other.
Because they're eating up your gigs.
Look, we're very competitive. I mean, there's no proprietary licenseship to any of these Warner Brothers characters or even Hanna-Barbera characters, so it's fair game. But, it's kind of like there should be honor among thieves,
Right.
We try to be, respectful, but it is very competitive, I'm not going to say it isn't, because it is.
Hey, have you picked up any video game work? Because a lot of voice artists will do video game work as well. I don't know if that's something that you're interested in or have done.
I have. In fact, we just did the Bugs Bunny Space Jam Xbox game. So. So yeah, I did Sylvester and obviously Bugs for that. I can't remember if Sam is in that. He might be, but yeah, I mean that was a huge project, the Xbox game.
We've heard that and people that we know that have done it, have done voiceover work, say it is you have little snippets and it's like 9,000 variations on the same line and all this sort of intense sort of stuff. Was that your experience?
Yes, it was. It was so. I remember doing this kind of, I think typifies it. I was doing a session in the '90s for Fruity Pebbles where I was Barney Rubble, and I said, "Watch me trick Fred out of his Cocoa Pebbles. Watch me trick Fred out of his Cocoa Pebbles.
Right.
Watch me trick Fred out of his." I said, "How many ways does it take to say, watch me trick Fred out of his Fruity Pebbles?" And the advertising person said, "As many ways as it takes to get it right, Jeff."
Right. Oh, well, there you go. They're paying the bill, so they can do that.
Yeah. So you gotta, it could be we shot the end scene to Space Jam, I think. It took us 25 minutes. I must have done 50, 60 takes because we didn't know how we were going to end the film.
Wow. Yeah. Very cool.
Did you ever do any work on SpongeBob SquarePants or shows on Nickelodeon?
I have not done anything for SpongeBob, but I know Tom Kenny very well, and he's a pal. He's a good guy.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Nice. So, well, listen, this is just great hearing these voices. I love the fact that you're from this area and that you've been in this for so long and able to go toe-to-toe or to carry the mantle of the amazing Mel Blanc because he was such a rare talent. And for one person to be able to step in and do all that is pretty damn impressive. So it's really cool stuff. Anything else that's coming up on the radar that you want us to be aware of?
Well, we've got Jellystone, where I do the voice of Yogi Bear. And, of course, Ranger Smith.
Wow.
Don't touch that picnic basket, Yogi Bear.
Yeah.
And, Jinx the Cat and Wally Gator, everybody's favorite alligator.
Oh, man. Hey, wait, did I read you do Droopy as well?
Hello, folks. My name is Droopy. I'm very, very excited, folks.
Iconic, right?
It's just the best, man.
It's awesome.
Excellent. All right, Jeff, thanks for your time, man. We appreciate it. Continued success, and we'll talk to you down the road, okay?
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yep, Jeff Burger, guys. Space Jam, the new legacy. He is the voice of all those characters, which is excellent.
Hearing him doing, phenomenal job nailing so many of these iconic characters. But I always think of, and I still have it, the original lithograph that the Warner Brothers stores would sell, and it was the Speechless. Cell after Mel Blanc
They're
died.
all bowing to him.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. When he started doing the Sylvester, that was great. I always think there was a line from one of those Sylvester, Tweety and Sylvester's, where he's talking to Tweety. He's like, "We're going to play a new game now. It's called Fanwich." And I don't know why, but I always think you climb in between these two pieces of bread. Of course, he takes a bite and just misses it by just a smidge.
I can quote so many of those. There's so many. I mean, watching them now, I will fall down laughing because they're brilliant. A lot of those writers that were writing those Looney Tunes and Merry Melodies cartoons were writers who were writing for the Marx Brothers and writing for Laurel and Hardy. I mean, they would do those jobs as well. So that's why those were really considered adult cartoons.
Did you say Floral and Hardy?
Floral and Hardy, yes.
There was a repeated gag, and we've talked about like the one with the piano, ding 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 ding, that are the ding 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 ding. No, you do it like this. Piano explodes. They did that 7 or 8 times.
Yes,
hilarious every time.
Yes.
There was another repeating bit with Yosemite Sam, where he'd be either on a horse or a dragon or a camel or whatever, and he's trying to get it to stop. Whoa! I said whoa! And like every time something different would happen, the horse would stop and he would go flying into a wall.
Yeah.
Or the horse wouldn't stop and he would run ahead of the horse and beat it with his gun or
running backwards.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Just priceless. Just absolutely hilarious. There's a YouTube clip called "Dragons is So Stupid," where he's a knight, he's the Black Knight, and he's riding on the
Dragons is so stupid.
So stupid. It's when the dragon sneezes inside a room full of like TNT, and the castle takes off like a rocket.
Right.
Oh my God. I need to go back.
Yeah.
And watch some of those. You have them all,
I
right,
do,
Steve?
yeah. I adore them. I learned so much about comedy, just even the way comedy is directed. These movies, these cartoons were directed like theatrical movies with, the point of view, over-the-shoulder shots. There was just weird things that animation, they were just winging it. It was so creative.
Orchestra,
Oh my God.
Reeling.
Listen, I asked Michael Giacchino how in the world the orchestra, the music could choreograph to have this music written out, because a lot of times there's no tempo. I mean, they're going to, what's happening on the scene, like when the anvil comes down and hits and they're hitting these. I don't know how the hell those musicians did that. It is extremely complex.
One of the best is when Bugs there's like these complete hillbillies who try to kill him. And so they go into a dance hall.
The square dance.
Yeah, the square dance.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, bound your partner, pound him in the head.
Yeah.
And he has them beating the hell out of each other as they're dancing.
Pull on his beard in, stick him in the eyes, and they end up in a hay baler. And oh my God! Here, Casey brought up this.
You stupid rabbit! Like this!
Oh my God!
They're playing the cartoon here in the studio, press of the screen with the square dance.
Oh my God!
I mean, ingenious stuff and stuff that was so wrong but so wonderful.
Speaking of square dances, don't we have a clip of Beck?
Yes.
Did you send that over?
Yeah, the guy who and he goes by the YouTube handle. I think it's I ruined
There
this.
I ruined it.
There I ruined it.
I've not heard this yet. Is it good?
It's kind of funny. It's Beck Loser done as a square dance.
Okay, I wanna hear this. You got that?
Yep.
All right, here we go.
I'm a loser, baby. So why don't you kill me? The forces of evil in a bozo nightmare ban all the music with the phony gas chamber, cause one's got a weasel and the other's got a flag. One's on the pole, shove another in a bag.
Oh, that's Turkey in the Straw that he's playing. Okay.
You can't ride if you can't relate. Trade the cash for the beat, for the body, for the hate. And my time is a piece of wax falling on a termite who's choking on the splinters. Soy un perdedor. I'm a loser, baby. So why don't you kill me?
I love it.
I remember in elementary school, the square dance was how they taught you your left and right. And so in gym class, we would, I think it was second or third grade, that was, we would, there'd be a point in the school year where we would do square dancing.
Oh, yeah, we did it in gym.
Yeah,
every
gym,
year.
exactly. It's where we would.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And at the beginning, I'll never forget this, because each time it was at the beginning, it was like, oh my God, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to hold hands with a girl and do this, so I don't know.
Promenade.
And by the end of the week-long thing or whatever it was, we were killing it.
Oh, yeah?
It actually ended up becoming fun after a while.
I want to kiss you.
Yeah, I want to kiss you. But I remember then you got used to it.
Yes.
And then you started, you found out what Alaman Left was, and promenading, and all that stuff, and it ended up being kind of fun. But it is about the whitest dance ever created in the history of humanity. I know we got to. Okay, so I was going to play it.
Well, I got a different one for you.
Okay,
and then-
I was going to play the coconut.
I have that too.
Yosemite Sam, but this is the Dragons is so stupid. Here we go.
Don't sneeze, you stupid dragon, or you'll blow us to the moon!
Oh, and then that's all we have. Damn it! And he blows him. His Dragons is so stupid. All right, here's the coconuts.
Toss coconut salad, fresh coconut milk, New England boiled coconut. I hate coconuts.
I have looked high and low for video of Mel Blanc in the studio recording, and I can't find it anywhere. It must not exist because YouTube doesn't have anything unless I've
seen it. I've seen short clips or maybe just stills is what I've seen, and I think I've seen actual film, but I've seen him at the mic recording.
I've seen him on, like, he used to be going like the Steve Allen show and stuff like that and do characters, or maybe he was on Ed Sullivan, and I've seen him do that stuff, but I never have seen him recording some of those iconic characters on the mic. I would love to see a definitive, documentary that has that footage. Hang on, here's this.
Don't sneeze, you stupid
The whole thing.
dragon, or you'll blow us to the moon! Dragons is so stupid.
I love it. All right, let's take a break and come back in a moment and get you some bizarre file stories. They are on the way, so make sure that you stay with us. We will be back in just a moment. Don't forget the secret text word. Chance to win some concert tickets to a whole Hall of Fame nomination.
Dude, that's so cool. That's so nice.
He's a good man.
He is a good man.
And his wife is a wonderful person. I genuinely respect both of them. They're decent people who haven't forgotten where they came from, even though they don't need to do this type of thing. They certainly don't have to. They do it anyway, and it's not lost on us.
Wow.
Yeah.
That means a lot.
I didn't expect that. That's really, really cool. Thank you, guys. We love you guys very, very much. Wow. All right. I have bizarre file stories are ready to go.
Now, WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Dermatology Associates of Plymouth Meeting, recruiting for a vitiligo study to test an investigational treatment.
Maybe I should do this.
You could, because, hey, there's reimbursements that are available possibly. So adults 18 to 75, you made it in there.
Yes, barely.
You can get information at PlymouthMeetingDermatology.com. Okay, I don't know how this story is really weird, and there's not a whole lot of explanation. And Bowling Green, Kentucky police say Allison Hargis intentionally caused the death of Philip Stewart when she shot him numerous times with a BB gun from the window of an apartment.
Shot him with the BB gun.
I
to
told
death.
you.
What'd you tell us?
It's dangerous. You shouldn't be playing with BB guns.
Police say the shooting happened Saturday night. Stewart was standing in the parking lot when Hargis shot him. The victim was found unconscious, and a person on scene began life-saving measures until EMS arrived. So it says here, it says shot him numerous times. I was thinking maybe a fluke thing.
Heart attack, perhaps? Maybe out of fear. I could eat like a CO2 pistol, maybe, but
I mean,
BBs?
that only barely.
Yeah.
Even a CO2 pellet will only go so far into the skin, especially if you're shooting from a window into a parking lot. So I don't.
It's all dangerous.
I need more info on this.
Yeah, right?
They should have been fishing, right,
Okay,
Kathy?
Mom, thank you.
Safer.
The victim was transported to the medical center where he was pronounced dead. Hargis fled the scene after she had shot him and was later arrested. And she's charged with murder. Wow.
Holy hell.
Yeah, maybe he had a heart attack or something.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah, it's a really good point. So some guy shot my ex-girlfriend in the head with a BB gun from the...
Some guy.
From his dorm room, and I had already graduated. I wasn't even a student there anymore, and she did not let me beat him up. She did. She refused. I was trying to go there to defend her honor, and she would not. And they didn't kick him out. They just disciplined him or whatever. You believe that nonsense?
This is the worst news I've ever heard.
All right,
Ever?
so he shot her with a BB gun
From his bedroom window.
Yeah.
And she was just walking in the park.
Was he spin with her?
No, it was my girlfriend.
Oh, your girlfriend.
And so you go over to defend her honor because now she's been shot in the head with a BB gun.
Yeah.
But your girlfriend at the time will not let you do that.
Well, she was watching out for you.
I guess so.
I mean, not wanting you to get in trouble or
I could have
anything
beat him
like
up,
that.
And the guy had a BB gun on him.
I know.
Here is a good excuse to beat up someone I know I can beat up, damn it.
He was shorter than me, a lot shorter than me.
Well, in fact, he was in a wheelchair.
Remember his name?
I do.
You want to call him out?
Well, his name's Bucky, and he ended up going to jail a little bit later on.
Oh, well, then there you go.
For more BB-related crimes.
Yeah.
Karma's a bitch, man.
Had you beat him up, he might not have gone to jail. Maybe
Possibly.
karma,
Could have saved him.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind.
Nice job.
All right. When police responded to a tractor-trailer crash Saturday evening in Braintree, they found no driver present in the truck, only 2 chocolate Labrador retrievers. The truck rolled down a hill before crashing into the side of a newly renovated house. The truck left tire marks in the grass where it had rolled down the hill. None of the residents of the house were present during the crash, and no injuries were reported. The dogs were not harmed during the crash. But a nearby resident heard the crash approximately 6 p.m., rushed to check on the driver, only to find the seat vacant. He said you can only surmise that the 2 dogs were in front, maybe something got released, and they went for a ride, and that's probably the best thing you can come up with.
That's what it sounds like.
Police are still investigating to determine the cause of the crash.
Most dogs don't have a Class C license, right?
No, not that I know of. Sometimes you just have to use whatever you can to grab for a weapon. A Russian store's security camera caught the moment that a worker chased a thief out of the store using a long double-ended dildo. The footage comes from a sex store in the city of Novokuznetsk and shows the saleswoman actually hitting the thief with the dildo. Local media reports that the woman was working late when the thief allegedly entered and brandished a small knife. The footage is not confirmed to be real, but police have haven't confirmed whether they are investigating an incident at the sex shop or not.
So those dildos, especially our biggest dildo, carries a lot of weight.
Yeah.
You could whip that bat. You could knock someone's teeth out.
We have a great video of Bill Weston dressed as Severus Snape playing with it right now on our social media.
He was reenacting the dildo scene from the Sorcerer's Stone, Prez.
Yes, Harry Pooper and the Sorcerer's Stone. It's pretty classic footage of him doing it. All right, so a late night snack run led to an all-out brawl at a Brooklyn pizza shop. One man was hurt in the wild incident, and another faces charges. Cell phone video shows the brawl inside Joe's Pizza happened around 3 a.m. At least 6 men got into an argument that escalated. Multiple punches were thrown. One man also hit another man with a pizza paddle.
Wow.
Yeah.
What am I talking about? I am talking about the need to eat pizza.
Staff members told police some customers were harassing women and complaining the food was taking too long, and that's when Ronnie Cabani. Yep. Said that he took out his cell phone and recorded the video. You should have seen this. It was going on over here.
Paddles. Wait for about an hour.
Do you guys see this footage, by the way?
Ronnie Cabani? I've not. Is it crazy?
It's ridiculous. I mean, what's that wooden thing that they pull the pizza out of the oven with?
I just said someone hit him with a pizza paddle.
That's the pizza paddle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because they did that and then had another dude with a ladle. It was insane.
So they were grabbing all the
whatever they could grab.
the
But like
utensils.
when they started swinging the pizza paddle, I thought, okay, this guy's dead now. You know, because he wasn't hitting him with the flat part of the pizza paddle.
Oh, really?
He was hitting him like he was chopping wood.
The edge of it.
Yes.
That would hurt.
Yeah.
We're watching this as we speak, and
Oh, my
it's
God.
man, they are going
It's a
at it.
melee.
This is a big time brawl.
And look, he's swinging a calzone.
In a
look at
pizza
that.
joint.
Oh my God.
The guys in the back, so Ronnie Cabani said the guys in the back were like, please, stays behind the counter. And then they came and they just rushed him. Cabani said, not really sure who threw the first punch. It was complete mayhem. It was like a Looney Tunes cartoon is what he said. Police said a staff member went to the hospital with minor injuries to his face. Officers said that they are not searching for any other suspects. And Ronnie Cabani is doing okay.
The one dude just keeps swinging the ladle.
Uh-huh.
How about this story? Did you guys catch this a couple days ago? 7 people were killed.
Yeah.
And several others critically injured in a series of crashes that were caused by a sandstorm in Utah. This happened on the 25th. The Utah Department of Public Service said in a statement it appears that 20 vehicles were involved in the crashes after high winds caused a sand or dust storm and impaired visibility on the roadway. Photos at the site showed multiple tractor trailers and several damaged cars on the road with scattered debris.
You ever been driving in a sandstorm?
No.
I have.
No.
And it's scary as hell.
Yeah.
I can imagine. All right, and we only have time for that last one, and we are going to wrap that up now. Kathy! I need a number caller for the secret text word, if you will.
27.
Let's take the 27th caller and give you our secret text word prize, 215-263-WMMR. If you have been paying attention this morning and texted in and got the secret text word, give us a call right now, and we will see if you can win. We'll get a random text or two. Concerts, MMRBQ, Jimmy Buffett, which we're playing right now. Korn and Stain, Dropkick Murphys, Rancid, Megadeth, or Slipknot. And these shows and many more are part of the Return to Live Summer Concert Ticket Special offers. $20 all in, lawn tickets for select shows at BB&T Pavilion, Skyline Stage, and the Man as well. The sale does start today at noon, and it's only available through Sunday while supplies last. Complete details on the concert page at WMMR.com. And then we have a random winner that we chose, and that is Kira Newton from Coatesville, PA. So congratulations, Kira. You get the same thing. We're going to do the lesson question, and that prize is a Blu-ray copy of A Quiet Place Part 2. And the question we're going to go with this morning is, what very dangerous sport combines equestrian events and gymnastics? 215-263-WMMR. Call now if you know the answer. What very dangerous sport combines equestrian events? Sorry, Casey and I were reaching for the same thing. Equestrian events and gymnastics. 215-263-WMMR. Let's do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you by Club Risque. Don't miss Sophie D this Thursday through Saturday at Club Risque. And you can visit clubrisque.com. The Delaware Valley's premier gentleman's club is Club Risque. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, rapper DaBaby attempting to explain a homophobic rant during a recent concert, saying his gay fans don't have AIDS because they're, quote, not nasty gays or junkies. Amazingly, the gay community seemed to completely accept DaBaby's explanation, and then he woke up. Now that she's engaged, Paris Hilton having to respond to constant rumors that she is pregnant. Paris says she plans on saving herself for marriage, but admits the only opening left to save is her right ear.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Steven Dorff says he was taken out of context when he appeared to be trashing former girlfriend Scarlett Johansson's new movie, Black Widow. Dorff says he personally would never do a big-budget superhero movie because he loves the challenge of doing vaping commercials. And that's your Hollywood trash.
All right, we're looking for the answer to this question. What very dangerous sport combines equestrian events and gymnastics? 215-263-WMMR. And it's Joe who gets to take a shot at this. Hey, Joe, good morning.
What about the moose?
Wow, forget about the moose.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
All right, Joe, what is it?
Horse trampoline?
Horse trampoline. I love you. Hang on, Joe. We'll get your info. We will give you a Blu-ray copy of A Quiet Place Part 2, and that's Emily Blunt starring in that film. Available now, 4K Ultra HD, Blu-ray, and digital. Or you can get the 2-movie collection available exclusively on Blu-ray and digital. It's rated PG-13, and it's from Paramount Pictures. Let's get into music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Armor Metals and Recycling. You can get cash today if you need cash fast. Bring your scrap and e-cycling to Armor Metals and Recycling and walk away with cash today. Located in Pennsauken, New Jersey, or at armormetalsrecycling.com. We're going to start with some very unfortunate news in the world of music and heavy metal in particular. Joey Jordison, founding member and drummer of Slipknot and guitarist of horror punk band Murder Dolls, passed away on Monday. He was only 46 years old.
This is horrible.
According to a statement from a family spokesperson, Jordison passed away peacefully in his sleep. His family stated, Joey's death has left us with empty hearts and feelings of indescribable sorrow. To those that knew Joey, understood his quick wit, his gentle personality, giant heart, and his love for all things family and music. The Jordison family representative requests that friends and fans and media understandably respect our need to privacy and peace at this incredibly difficult time. The family will hold a private funeral service and ask the media and public to respect their wishes. There was no cause of death that had been provided, but I did a little bit of digging. He had parted ways with the band in 2013 for personal reasons. He later said it was because he had a neurological condition that left him unable to play.
Oh boy.
He had said in an interview, I got really sick with a horrible disease called transverse myelitis. He said I lost my legs. I couldn't play anymore. It was a form of multiple sclerosis, which I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. I have no idea if this contributed to his death or not, but I thought it was at least worth mentioning. He got himself into therapy in the gym and tried to beat his condition, but I don't know what took him. You know, when you hear that age and a rock star, you think maybe it was a drug overdose or something like that, but it may have been a medical condition that he had. I don't know. He played drums for years. He even did some stuff with Ministry and Korn and Rob Zombie and played, I guess, with the guys in Metallica and so on. So terrible news from the world of Slipknot that Joey Jordison had passed at such a young age of 46. Blink-182's Mark Hoppus is in the middle of a battle with diffuse large B-cell lymphoma. Leaves him fatigued much of the time, but earlier this week, he felt well enough to pick up his bass and play for the first time since his diagnosis. There's a video we're going to play a clip of from his Twitch stream where he played along to the 2005 Blink-182 song, Not Now. Is this just him playing, or does he talk?
No, it's him introing and him playing. He's actually, there was an audio clip, but all you're really hearing is the song.
Yeah, but this is him setting that up.
Right.
Not only is this the first time that I've tried to play these songs in well over a year, this is the first time that I felt well enough to play my bass since I was diagnosed. So this is the first time I picked up my bass in a few months even. All right.
And then he plays along with the song, and it's really cool. And, man, you've got to be, if you can't even play the bass, you've got to be physically just shut down all the way.
Right.
You know, because it's not like it takes a lot of physical exertion, but also you probably just don't want to either.
No, and he, I mean, listen, all the stuff that he's been through emotionally and so on and so forth, he's going through the treatment. He's got a while, you know, he's definitely got more treatment to go, but apparently he's responding well to it.
Yep, and hopefully that continues. Volbeat has shared their version of Don't Tread on Me from the upcoming album, The Metallica Blacklist. The album features more than 50 artists contributing a unique interpretation of their favorite cut from Metallica's self-titled fifth album in celebration of the 30th anniversary of Metallica, which is also known as the Black Album. All profits from the Metallica Blacklist will be donated to charity, benefiting Metallica's All Within My Hands Foundation and a charity of each contributing artist's choice. For Don't Tread on Me, Volbeat has chosen the Born Cancer Fonden in Denmark. Of Don't Tread on Me, Michael Paulson said, "We didn't want to touch any of the big hits on that album," which is quite difficult because they're all hits somehow. But we were trying to pick a song that you don't hear as much from that album. And the most important thing was to pick a song where we would transform it into a Volbeat song. And he said, Don't Tread on Me definitely had a swing that I could turn into a Volbeat swing, and it turned out really great. The Metallica Blacklist will be available on digital and streaming September 10th and on vinyl and CD October 1st. Guitarist Jeff Schroeder has opened up about Smashing Pumpkins' next studio album. He said, we're about halfway through working on another big album, which is basically, I guess, a sequel to Melancholy and Machina, so it's the third in a trilogy. More of a concept-based album, and this one is 33 songs.
33?
Yeah, he said, we've been working for a long, almost basically the whole year on it, but we're in the middle of real tracking and stuff right now. He said, James and I are working out here in L.A. Drums are basically done, so Jimmy's done his part.
Wow.
But Billy's working in Chicago, and I'm out here in L.A., and James is in L.A., so we're plowing through it. That'll probably take the most of the rest of the year because it's big. It's a big, sprawling thing, he said. So we'll see that down the road. Slash, featuring Miles Kennedy and the Conspirators, will release the flagship album from Gibson Records, which is an offshoot of Gibson Guitars and BMG. No title or release date for the collection has been announced. Slash said in a statement, it's an honor to be the first release on the new Gibson Records. It's a zenith in our partnership for sure, and having worked so closely with Gibson for so long, I know they will be a label that genuinely supports their artists creatively, not just me, but all the artists they choose to work with. He said, it's perfect. Bruce Springsteen and Patti Smith, Journey, Paul Simon, Elvis Costello, and The Killers are among the artists finally confirmed for next month's We Love NYC, the homecoming concert. The show, which is being co-produced by music mogul Clive Davis, is set for August 21st on the Central Park's Great Lawn and will also feature Earth, Wind, and Fire, joined by Lucky Day and Kenneth Babyface Edmonds, Carlos Santana and Rob Thomas, Barry Manilow, Jennifer Hudson, the New York Philharmonic, and LL Cool J, among others.
Hell of a lineup.
It is. And then one last story. This is sad news and from a guy you guys probably have never heard the name of, but Jerry Grinelli, a jazz legend and gifted music teacher, best known for his gentle drumming on the soundtrack to A Charlie Brown Christmas, has passed away. He was 80 years old.
So he's part of the Vince Guaraldi
He was the trio. Yep. A message posted by the Jerry Grinelli Facebook page said that he was hospitalized in December with internal bleeding and spent 2 months in intensive care. Although he recovered enough to eventually go home, the ordeal exacerbated other long-term health issues. Grinelli's drumming career spanned more than 60 years and resulted in more than 30 albums. Grinelli pretty much played with everybody as a session musician and performed with the likes of the Grateful Dead, Lou Rawls, Moose Allison, Sly Stone, and, of course, Vince Guaraldi. He lived in San Francisco, Colorado, and Seattle, and eventually moved to Halifax in the late 1980s. His compositions have been recognized by the East Coast Music Awards, the Junos, the Grammy Awards, the National Library of Congress, Sound Archives, and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which inducted him for his role in the psychedelic outfit Light Sound Dimension, or LSD. So this is him playing brushes on the drums.
It's great.
In recent years, Grinelli began touring a live version called Tales from a Charlie Brown Christmas. He was also a sought-after teacher who taught in Berlin, Southeast Asia, Italy, and across the U.S. and Canada. So sad news. He was 80 years old, but lived a long and fruitful life as a musician.
He's always going to be with us.
Yep. And that is what I have in music news. We have one final break to take. And Casey, you got some movie passes?
Yeah, you know what? Here, we can either do this.
Do it.
Or
we can do this.
What do you think I should do?
Do it!
Oh, let's do this.
Okay.
Sebastian Maniscalco.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we mentioned that show. We'll take caller 18. It is the Nobody Does This tour, Wednesday, November 24th at the Wells Fargo Center.
Just do it!
Tickets are on sale this Friday. No, he says nobody does this.
Just do it!
It goes on this Friday at 10 a.m. Pre-sale and complete details at WMMR.com, including an extra chance to win for MMR VIPs. Be sure that you are opted in for the MMR VIP emails to qualify. So just do it right now. Give us a call.
Just do it!
And if you're number 18, you can win 215-263-WMMR. Let's break and come back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Are you an MMR VIP? Sign up for free at WMMR.com for access to VIP contests, special deals, and to be the first to know about important stuff. It's like having an MMR backstage pass without having to do something nasty to get it.
Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
N, as in numb nuts.
Numb nuts. All right, and we're giving away a Piezeek round barbecue and fire pit kit from Landis Block. Landis Block. Start imagining your own backyard paradise by looking at the photo gallery online at landisbc.com. And again, I'm going to thank Rob McElhenney for tweeting out the fact that we are nominated for the Radio Hall of Fame. And he tweeted out the voting link, and he didn't have to do that.
No.
He's got gazillions of followers, and he wrote a really, really sweet message. So thanks, man. We appreciate that. It was very cool of you to do that. I want to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Radio Show is brought to you today by Acme. They have everything you need to prep for this summer season. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. Also, Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. And Sunoco. They know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best. Tomorrow on our program, the battle happens. It is the self-proclaimed experts in the world of Harry Potter. 2 contestants will be here in our studio.
Someone's going to get bloody.
Yep, absolutely. And there's only about a dozen questions that we go through, but they're really, really intense, and they're deep into that universe. And we'll find out who the champions are tomorrow morning. That is it. We are done. Rage on.